बहुत पावन दिन है और इस खूबसूरत दिन में आज हम बहुत अच्छे अच्छे कार्यक्रम करने वाले हैं दिन भर, तो आनंद में रहेंगे। Today we are going to begin with the first seminar, जो कि मास्क्स में है। एग्जिबिशन गैलरी में पूरी एक मास्क की एग्जिबिशन लगी है फ्रॉम दी IGNCA, जिनके दोनों रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स यहाँ हैं, प्रोफेसर अचल पांड्या और पांडे और सारी। They are here from Delhi. Welcome. Before I start even telling you about the seminar, I would request the Director General of the Bihar Museum, Shri Anjani Kumar Singh, to facilitate both the panelists. Aaiye, please. The title of this seminar is Masks, Shamans, Myths and Symbols. I think all of you have seen the exhibition, which is beautifully displayed and brought by the IGNCA in New Delhi. The two participants are Dr. Achal Pandya, who is a professor and head of the Cultural Archives and Conservation Division at the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts, IGNCA, New Delhi. He is trained in conservation with a background in chemistry. He specializes in metal conservation and overseas projects in India. He has been instrumental in advancing the reorganization of museum storage campaigns in India. Leading the cultural archives in IGNCA, which is a unique repository in South Asia established in 1989 to preserve and study objects related to contemporary history, ethnography, rituals, and ceremonial practices. The archive houses diverse collections including sculptures, masks, puppets, paintings, photographs, glass plate negatives, and textiles. So this is really a unique archive of the living culture, tradition, and heritage of India, and their puppets is really a unique collection as well. Along with all this, Achal is engaged in research, training, and capacity building. We have with us also Sari Sasaki, who's a design consultant coming from France, but of Japanese origin, so it's very much part of our global community. She's a researcher working at the intersection of communication, culture, and social studies. Since 2009, she has delivered numerous workshops, lectures, exhibitions, publications, and cultural projects in partnership. Her work currently focuses on the evolution of local cultures in the context of globalization in Asia. Now, the interesting thing is that when we look at masks, I'm particularly fascinated by masks for the simple reason it's not just about the Venetian opera masks where you hide people and play a game, but it is about how masks are mediators between the mortal world and the cosmic world. It is about how beautifully yesterday it was put together, the Advait and the Dvait, the dualism and the non-dualism. The masks or mukhotas, as they are called, are part of ceremonies, are part of rituals, are part of the sacred, are part of dance. It's got so many metaphors and symbolism to it that it is really a very, very unique object of culture. Dr. Achal Pandya and Sari Sasaki will look at the context of the materiality of the making of masks, what are the myths which are associated with masks, the rituals of masks and mask making. In fact, if you see, all the countries which come under the global south have a very, very strong tradition of mask making, whether it is even from Mexico to Peru, to South Africa, to Ethiopia, to Sri Lanka. There is a living tradition which continues today. Masks are sacred powers of identity, and it has been integral to all the indigenous societies of the global south. Now, today we are going to talk about the building of the collection, why the collection, and the various concepts which go into the making of the mask. So may I invite Dr. Achal Pandya and Sari on stage, and we shall begin our discussion. Are you? So do you, but come there, no? She will make the presentation, you will make the presentation. So what we've done for this format is, I've requested Sari to make a presentation of about 15 minutes. And then Dr. Pandya will make a presentation of 15 minutes. You'll get a very good idea of what and where they are coming from, because there may be some people who haven't had time to see the exhibition. Once they make their presentation, we will have a small little dialogue within us here, and then we open it to the house. Thank you. Sari, please.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So, right is good for moving forward, yes. Maybe the light, can we turn the light of the room? I don't know if it's, can you see? Oh, dim a little bit. I think it's good to dim a little bit the light in the front. I can use the mic.
Yeah. Hold it closer so that we can hear you.
Hello.
Thank you. Namaste. Very happy to be here this morning for this seminar, and I hope that I will inspire you with some thoughts on masks in the global era. I will talk about the more general context of how masks are being used currently, but also the history behind masks and also shamanism and indigenous cultures and how the perceptions have changed over time. So the reason why I named my presentation Temporality and Visibility is because cultures are not static. Culture is actually, culture is not objects, actually. I think for me, the culture is a flow. Cultures change over time, and they're affected by the way people think of culture, how people see cultures, how cultures are represented. So the representation of culture, how we speak about culture, how we present culture, is very much affecting the way we understand not just our own culture, but also other cultures, how we see ourselves in relationship to others, and how we exchange ideas, how we move across from one place to another. This is very important to understand, I think, in this era, global era, where we're all connected, yet I think we need to develop a good understanding of what is culture today and what is meaningful culturally today. What is, what do we think is meaningful? This is something I want to reflect on, and I will speak about the process of how we've been kind of developing the concept of this exhibition also, because I'm not an expert on masks. I'm a culture expert, but for this exhibition, I had the opportunity to look more closely at what masks are about. So recently, actually, we had a chance to go to Ladakh in Korzok, which is 4,500 meters high. It's a village, a remote village in Ladakh. Actually, the first slide. Oops, what happened? Where's the first slide? I chose the first slide because of the contrast. Actually, the one lady with one lady with a traditional costume, and then one younger woman with a very contemporary. She's a quite modern with a modern clothes, and to me this reflects very much like the time we live in, that the people actually are coexisting. There's a like very traditional cultures coexisting with global culture. So we went to see this ritual dance, which is a cham dance, performed once every summer by Buddhist monks, and they do wear masks in some of the performance. And what it was very interesting here, of course, the performance was very impressive, and the costumes were impressive. The movement, the colors, the visual elements were very impressive. But also, it was very interesting to observe the people who were there. To me, it was very interesting to look at how tourists merged with people who look like maybe researchers, anthropologists, and then some people who were local people, some other Indian people coming from other places. So the mix was very interesting, and it showed that the ritual performance is no longer just a ritual at the local level, but very much a shared experience by different people who come from different backgrounds. And what was also interesting was to look at the costumes and the masks themselves, which we could observe that a lot of the masks were damaged. Perhaps they were passed down from one generation to another. It was hard to tell how old the masks were, how they were made, who made them. But the costumes, the clothes, showed a mix between old and new. To me, it was quite interesting to see that some fabrics were completely torn. So there was a visible sign that the fabrics had been passed down through the generations. And then other elements were very new. So there was this blend of old and new. So when we speak about traditional culture, and also in the sense of shaman cultures, what is typically the key elements in terms of what defines an indigenous or shamanic culture? It's actually, in the ritual sense, there's always this principle of transformation, which of course the mask is directly related to that. It's about transforming an individual presence to something else. There is also energy, so the energy that is embodied in the performance, and this energy conveys something, and it's, of course, has a spiritual dimension. In the case of shamanism, there are occult forces. And of course, like it was mentioned earlier, the mediation part with spirits. So masks actually, it is said, actually mask is not used to conceal the face. It's not about hiding, as maybe people may think it's about hiding the face, but it's not meant to hide. It's actually the opposite. So it's about revealing something else. You put on a mask to reveal an invisible world. So by putting on a mask, the performer will become something else and reveal another world to the audience. That is quite a fundamental principle of how masks have been used in all continents. In fact, I must say that that is a very common thread between different continents, Africa, Latin America, Asia. This is a fundamental part of ritual masks. Now I want to speak about how indigenous cultures and what we called primitive culture in the past, there was very much a different way of presenting indigenous cultures to the world. So I want to speak a little bit about how this has evolved. This will be in my presentation in the later slides, but basically, in many ways, indigenous cultures have been presented as other because they were studied by the global north. Let's say the Western world has studied many indigenous cultures and presented them as others or primitive. And this has, of course, over the decades, over the 20th century, it has evolved because ethically, of course, it is wrong to present them as such because it's a degrading way of presenting cultures and it's a hierarchical way of presenting them. So this has evolved gradually, and what was called primitive has become more and more integrated into a main discourse in scientific knowledge. And in fact, when you think of indigenous people, how they live, how they express themselves, how they see the world, now it's become there is a high consideration for how the indigenous people live in the world or have lived in the world because they have been very close to nature. They have lived closely with nature, in harmony with nature, which is the opposite of what has happened in the modern world. So in the modern world, it's been about controlling nature, man controlling nature and dominating nature. But in indigenous cultures, it's been the opposite. It's about how to live sustainably with nature. And in that sense, now the indigenous people are integrated in research to show how we can live in other ways, in sustainable ways. That's very interesting because it's a reversal in a sense of what is more. When we talk about progress, we say, what is progress? What is developed? In fact, you think of developed worlds, industrial worlds, which was always considered as more advanced, but I think we need to think about what is really advanced. Because all the industrial, of course, there are good things about industrial progress, but we also have to think of the other elements that are, have been maybe destructive. And in that sense, all the knowledge that is indigenous can be lessons for researchers and scientists. At the same time, so this is again from Ladakh, the local people also have to live now with technology, so they are changing also at their local level, many changes are happening. So the question is how much of this change will affect the local cultures? How much of the digital technology will change local practices? So this kind of thing for me was quite interesting to observe at the time. So this, a quote about that, how to negotiate a balance between traditional modes of spirituality and the pressures of an increasingly globalized, technologically advanced world. I think we are at a tipping point. I really feel that a lot of things will change in the next decade. Like very dramatically. It's already changed in the last 10 years, but it will accelerate. And so there are many questions to ask ourselves on how traditional knowledge will continue. So this is, kind of a summary of what I've been talking about, like how, how we can think of continuity from past to present and into the future. In fact, something interesting to think about is how traditions are always connected with past, but how do we connect traditions with future is a question that we can ask ourselves. Is it possible to connect traditions with future? Then the perceptions, how we perceive local cultures, how young people, the younger generations look at traditional cultures and how they embrace that, how they will live or sustain and live their cultures. And also interestingly, I think how local and global coexist and interact with one another. This is inevitable. It's happening, it will happen more and more. So how do we analyze this? Like, are we looking carefully at this? Oops, sorry. In terms of shamanic cultures, this is just an example of how indigenous cultures and especially shamanism has been banned by a lot of centralized powers and colonial powers. It's always been perceived as superstitious and counter to progress. And one example is from Korea. This mask is from Korea, and of course Korea is not global south at this time, but before its very rapid modernization, Korea actually has banned shamanic cultures for a long time. Since the 14th century, shamans, because most shamans are female, so they were banned during the Joseon period between the 14th and 19th century. Then shamans were banned during the Japanese occupation. And then they were banned again during the modernization period because they were perceived as being counter to progress. So the shamans actually had to struggle in many places, and then they became this sort of resistance force. A lot of shamans became resistant force to authority. So they were a little bit, like these almost like activists before activists existed. That's kind of the background of shamans in a lot of regions. I think it's been the same thing, also in Latin America. And this is a mask from one of the shaman masks from Africa, which you can see in the exhibition. What is interesting in shamanic and these sort of ritual cultures is that, in fact, the mask is not really an object, or is not perceived as an object. So in this case, Guro language from Ivory Coast, there is no term to define a mask as an object. Instead, it is a living and complete manifestation of a spirit. So in fact, the mask is not at all perceived as an object, but it's much more about the, what it embodies, what it represents, and how it functions, what it does in terms of a cultural device. This is an image from this Guro mask, Ivory Coast. And this mask is used a lot for funerals. Actually, it's a mask that is often used to communicate with ancestors. So when someone dies, after someone dies, the funeral is prepared, and to send this person to the, other worlds, the people will perform to communicate with the ancestors and ask them to welcome this person to their world. That's how the mask is often used. And it's also used for some initiation ceremonies, like this similar mask is also used for initiation ceremonies. Now I'm going to talk about this idea of how research has changed over the years in terms of how it's been integrated in contemporary studies. So especially since the 1990s, actually the research has taken a new, they kind of embraced new trends. So basically, there's been more and more research on shaman culture, and also on what is called neo-shamanism, which is actually how Western countries are embracing these indigenous practices and transforming them. This is it's both criticized and embraced. Some people are extremely critical about it and find it irrelevant, and others encourage it. So it is a contested area. And in the field of, what is interesting is that in the field of medical science, more and more anthropologists, medical anthropologists are looking at shamanic practices to understand the relationship between mind, body, behavior, psychology, things like that. So I'll show you an example here of, this is from Sri Lanka. So you have the masks in the exhibition called Saniyakuma masks. And they are one of the earliest ways of classifying diseases. So each mask represents a type of disease or family of disease. And rituals are performed in this way to, to treat people, to understand what's happening to them. I'll show you. These are ancient versions of the mask, but you can see in terms of the classification, they have 18 different types. And one of the masks you'll see in the exhibition has all of the diseases combined in one. It's like the head mask of this family. And in scientific research, actually now more and more people are looking at how indigenous people have been preventing diseases through these sort of ritual. So they actually say that this is a preventive method. Like when they do the performance, it prevents people from getting a disease. Because as they watch a performance, they become more aware of the risks also. So it's quite interesting because it has a psychological effect on, if I do that, I might get that, or I might get ill, or so then people are more cautious about maybe what they eat, how they interact with each other, or if someone is sick in the village, oh, I shouldn't, get close to that person, or whatever you do. Like it's a preventive also method, which is interesting. So now they do behavioral therapy in like actually in Western medicine. They use they observe this kind of methodology, and they actually try to integrate those into the the science. In terms of visibility, in the sense that when I say visibility, is the exposure, like how many people are aware of mass cultures. In fact, like we don't really, in everyday life, unless you have a mass culture within your community, you wouldn't really think of how masks are being made, who makes them, how, whether it's endangered. this is in Mexico and also Venezuela. So, of course, Latin America has many mask performances, often related to the devil, like chasing away bad spirits. But they have been struggling, so they still have many festivals, but less and less people make the masks. So the craft is really endangered, and since the 70s, there are less and less mask artisans. So they were documented, these photos are from the 70s, but already at the time they were saying that very few people have the skills to develop high quality crafted masks. So the question is also when you want to sustain a culture, how do you sustain the making of the masks? And you can see that there is a change from older to newer masks. You can see that there is definitely a sort of erosion of the skills. Newer masks are more simple, they are less detailed, the skills are less refined. You can see that. These are the diablos, the devils. So in Ecuador, it's very playful. And I must say that a lot of these rituals, like when you say religious ritual, or you may think, oh, it's very serious and very, sober, but actually it's quite playful. And in Ladakh, the one we saw in Ladakh was also, I felt, was very playful, in the sense that the audience was interacting with some of the characters, masked people, and then there was this kind of quite laid-back atmosphere. So this, I wanted to show this quote because it shows how, in fact, all communities or all people, I think, share similar goals. Shamanism is concerned with the well-being of society and its members, with maintenance of social harmony. It embraces the supernatural, the social, the ecological, unifying a culture's worldview with its mythical past, and projects them into daily activities. I think that whether it's contemporary or traditional, most people want well-being and harmony. That's kind of, the ideals are very similar. So in a way, there aren't so many diverging points between modern societies and traditional societies. And more, I think there are overlaps. People are living in more similar ways, also because of the global, globalization and how things have changed over the years. And now we have more commonalities, I would say. This is my last point, which is not maybe just mask related, but overall, because this is a Global South event, and I looked at Global South, when was Global South? The term Global South was coined in 1969. It's very old, and it's been many decades since that term was, introduced. And in many ways, it's contested in the sense that, if you think of north-south is a narrative of separation, is a narrative that separates the world. And when you speak about the world, you can present the world in many different ways. You can present it as unified or as separated between north, south, east, or west. And I sometimes wonder, what does that do in the minds of people? Is it good? Or, and Global South was introduced by the Global North. It's not a term that was introduced by the South. So how you represent the world, how you think about it, is very much in these terms, like how people actually define the world in these terminologies. And I would like to say that I hope that the narratives of togetherness are more prevalent. Myself, I was born in Japan, but I was raised in France, so I'm not East or West, or I'm nothing. I'm nothing or everything. But you can, of course, think, like, of course, there are characteristics to the East and then to the West. But it's also that there are many commonalities or ways to combine. And, and I think that's quite important to think about when you think of traditional, global, old and new. These are important things to combine in order to sustain the best things, and for cultures to endure. And lastly, I would say that culture is to aspire to greater things. Culture is, many people say, well, culture is identity. That is, there is truth to that, but I think culture is how to aspire to do something that can elevate, elevate people, ourselves, and also exchange with others. That is really fundamentally, why we show the masks here would be to inspire and then give people some new ideas, thoughts, think about themselves, think about others, exchange. So that's kind of the message today. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Sari. That was really nice. It was a interesting look into the masks. In fact, rather than concealing, we always think that masks conceal. I think masks also reveal the invisible world through sensorial expressions, ceremonial, ritualistic, and performative. In fact, just while Sari was talking of a lot of issues, I made just a few observations. You talked about traditions, past, present, and future. You talked of the local and the global. You talked of technological masks. You talked of masses, cultural devices. You talked of changing research. And you also said, how do you sustain a culture? Now, I suddenly realized while you were talking, Seema Kohli walked in. She's an artist who's made a modern mask. And I think Sajendranath Jha is somewhere here. Yeah. So there are two artists, contemporary artists, who've made masks. And when we are having a conversation, maybe we could just invite them. Sometimes it's nice to be impromptu. And we can ask them that how have they mediated what you are talking of, past, present, future. So the past and the present is here, and then we can look at the technological. So I think we can address some issues, and thank you for that very thoughtful talk. Now I'm going to ask Dr. Achal Pandya, who's been really looking after the collection at the IGNCA, who will also, I think, walk through the journey and tell us how the collection all started. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. I'm really grateful to Bihar Museum, and special thanks to Director General Shri Anjani Kumar Singh ji for giving IGNCA the opportunity to showcase our mask collection at this really prestigious Bihar Biennale. And in fact, these masks were shown in 1990s in IGNCA. After that, subsequently, they have been shown in parts in different exhibitions. But such a mega show with around 200 masks is really overwhelming for us. We are quite happy to present it. And also, the purpose of the collection has been fulfilled because it would be seen by people at large. So, these like mass shamans, myths and symbols in India, this is a part of a journey which IGNCA embarked on in 1985 with the vision of Dr. Kapila Vatsyayan. And I must say here that when you see Dr. Kapila Vatsyayan vision and the infrastructure that she created in the field of culture, I think after that the next padav I'm seeing it is in the Bihar Museum, which has been like spearheaded by Shri Anjani Kumar Singh ji. That the level, the scale, and the vision is almost like equivalent that, and the collection that he has done and the showcasing of the Indian culture to public at large with a global thirst is really really appreciated by me and by everyone who visits Bihar Museum and the other spheres of culture in Patna. So these masks were collected, as I told you, by Dr. Kapila Vatsyayan, but with the help of a principal consultant called Professor John Emig from Brown University. And he started his collection with the masks from 22 masks from Balis. That was the seed which was sown by him. And later on, the collection was enlarged by having masks from Colombia, Brazil, and all the global souths, plus some masks from South Korea, Japan, and then Indian. Of course, the collection would not have been complete by Indian masks. So in total, we have got around 1,000 masks in the collection of the IGNCA, which also includes the masks which belongs to to shaman myths and symbols, which are displayed here. Plus, there are ceremonial masks. And then the true origin of mask is still a mystery, but you see the depiction of mask in the prehistoric caves, not just of India, but also in France and all, where this is a painting from Bhimbetka, from and then when you move to Harappan civilization, Sindhu Saraswati civilization, you see the terracotta masks. And one of the masks, which belongs to 4th century to 3rd century BC, is also displayed in the mask gallery, which has been curated by the team of the IGNCA under the guidance of the DG Bihar Museum. And a mask from Patna Museum is also displayed. That mask belongs to Chiran. And I'll request all of you to go and please visit the gallery and see the collection. So in India, tradition lives on, not as a memory, but as part of daily life. Like what, when Sally was speaking about the traditions and all, and about like valuing your traditions, or the synergy between traditions and the scientific thoughts. In fact, I will say it in inverted comma, because science talks of real and false, and all our rituals have been classified as false. Or the shamanism practice, they are all classified in scientific view as false. And that was like you can say a colonial ploy of really destroying our minds and forgetting the thing. It is, I will just compare it with hockey, in which India used to be the champion. But when you change the rules of the games, you come to the AstroTurf thing and all, then you have to start from the beginning. And we already had a lead, but we were just put at the back, and now you remain at the 6th or the 5th place. So same thing happened with our rituals and also. And when you look at these shamanic practices in all over the world, including India, in global south, you have got ayahuasca from which is a plant thing in Brazil, in Latin America. You have got iboga in Nigeria. You have got marijuana, which is practiced in India, Nepal, and all. But all these were banned by the Western countries, and now they are all talking of through this ethno-medicine thing that they are quite useful in treating illnesses, including the illnesses like cancer and things like that. So that's what I'm saying, that first year they make you, for 100 years they make you realize that these things should be banned, they are bad, they are hallucinogen, they are only used for bad purposes, they were created as villain. And now, through their researchers, the global North researchers are doing research on these products, that how they can be found. And you see in many countries like Netherlands, Belgium and all, these are now not a banned drugs, and you can, with the prescription, you can get it from the pharmacy. If you have a small diarrhea, vomiting, nausea, you can, it's an opium which you can buy it from the pharmacy in France, in Belgium, in Netherlands. You can buy it. So, but here they were banned. They were like completely eliminated from our daily life. And our grandmothers, grandfathers, they knew the use of it, and the population which came in between, which went towards like the modern education system, modern scientific system, we just ignored it completely. And now, if we want to make use of them, we have to start from the beginning using the modern sciences. So this is actually a ploy of the global North, which has been slowly destructing the traditions of the global South. This is again, Sally has already spoken about the Korzok festival where we were there. Then the same tradition, when you go down to Uttarakhand and all, so you can see the Raman masks in the gallery. These Raman masks are used in Uttarakhand. They are ritualistic masks, and they have been inscribed on the UNESCO register. Yesterday, when Mr. Tim Curtis was speaking, he was talking about the three categories. One was the traditions which are dying, which had the least number of entries, 44 something. Then there was a tentative list, and then there was a register. So he was also surprised at when they started. In fact, when they started, Tim Curtis, he spoke that it was a Japanese Director General who had introduced this ICH in UNESCO. And since Japan had introduced sort of an intangible cultural heritage, they would have a Japanese name for that, in 1950s. So that shows that they were valuing their intangible cultural heritage right from 1950s, whereas the other world, at that time, maybe you can say it was a global North and Japan maybe was not part of it. And that is one of the reasons why Japan has preserved their culture, and they have been portraying and their culture in a very, very beautiful manner, which can be seen from the attentions that it has received from all parts of the world. In fact, nowadays, if you go to visa section of the Japanese section, you'll see a lot of Indians thronging those things, and they want to discover the culture of Japan. So that was the vision of Japan in 1950, and that helped it in making it a developed country in real sense. it's not only about the economic power and all, but also giving respect to your soft power, which is culture, which really helps you in becoming a developed country. But if you become a developed country by this only by imperialism, and Japan was completely destroyed in 1945 by these atomic bombs and all. But then in 1950 they had this vision of giving preference to the culture, so that power culture has. So the point what I want to make here is that if in India also, whether we are inscribed on the UNESCO register or not, but it is our own duty to value our traditions. Like Chhat Puja in Bihar does not require any recognition from anyone. It is very well recognized, and I don't think that there is going to be any change if it is inscribed in the UNESCO register or it is not inscribed in the register. The enthusiasm of the people will remain the same. Maybe when it is inscribed on the UNESCO register, many people will not even know, but they would be having the same enthusiasm of celebrating as they have been celebrating for ages. So that's the thing that is more important, that it is about safeguarding traditions. So when in 2003 they started ICH, whether it has achieved its objectives or not is more important. And yesterday one of the speakers was saying about about that he is for United Nations, but he is for the restructuring of the United Nations. So similarly, it's a review of the objectives that they have drawn. It requires the review and what they have achieved is very important. And there, the global South will play a major role. In fact, the center, the model is quite Eurocentric or North American or Australian. It has to be brought to the somewhere in the global South, and India can be one of the countries for that, or Africa or Latin America are the things that they have to really draw the rules of the games, not adopt the rules of the games. And then we also saw when Mr. Tim Curtis showed the constellation of these things, we saw that majority of the ICH entries were from North America, from Europe. What does that mean? That means that those who are not traditional, they are sending more entries, and those who are traditional are not able to register their things because of the rules of the games. It's the rules of the games is the language which needs to be either modified or thing. So this is like cultural coexistence is timeless traditions blend seamlessly with modern lifestyles. Together they create a rich and distinctive cultural rhythm. This is a ritual mask from Sherdukan Naga tribe. This Naga tribe is in Arunachal Pradesh. They are known for their vibrant ritual masks, particularly those used in Bardo Cham dance. These masks, often animal-themed and brightly colored, are a key part of their cultural heritage and are crafted from wood. A recent initiative has focused on reviving the traditional art of mask making within the community. As Alka ma'am had introduced me as a conservator, I would like to talk about the techniques. Masks generally are made up of lighter material. So this is a mask from Majuli, from Garmuri Satra. You can see a cane armature, then a cloth is stretched on it, and then a ground is given, of mud is given, and then you paint on it. And this is a tradition of Garmuri Satra in Majuli, who make the Bhavna masks. So when we say of these Bhavna masks, I would like to, in fact, tell you that that in Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra, you have got the, when you are doing an abhinay, you do it either angik, which is gesture, you do it vachik, which is through words, you do satvik, which is from your visage, which is from your facial expressions and all, and then fourth is aharya abhinay, which means that you use costumes. So this is the only, when I was going through the, when I was preparing for this presentation, I spoke to a lot of, I am quite lucky that I am working in IGNCA where we have got a lot of professors of Sanskrit and all. I was having a big discussion about what is the translation, Sanskrit translation of mask. We did not find it. There is no, Mukhota is in Hindi, but there is no Sanskrit translation. But then they told me that when you say aharya, which means the odna or, so then costume comes. So when an actor is able to convey, because in theaters, in civilizations like India or Southeast Asia and all, the connect with the audience is very, very important, and that you can do it with gestures. In fact, if you have no costume, you can really act very well. You can do it through words, through vachik, through your visage, through your facial expressions, and then aharya, which is through costumes. So what I feel is that costumes help you in connecting with larger audience, because you are performing in a village, or you are performing in a bigger fairs and all. There it is not, you are not able to connect it through your eyes, through your gestures and all. There you need, in a cinema you can always, you have a chance because you are the only one who is think there is no audience, it's only a camera. But when you're doing it in a village or in among the tribes or in the rituals, these costumes, masks, they help you in having a connection with them. This is, I'm talking of the theatrical masks. And now use of wood, clay, natural fibers and pigments are chosen thing. And there has been like degradation in the choice of the color. A lot of acrylic colors have entered into these things, and we are losing the tradition of making nice pigments. And I'm telling you that I am a conservator, and when I need to procure good pigments, I have to order it from a European company for good pigments. So this is really, that's what I'm saying, that in 100 years, what all we have lost. We have lost our medicinal practices, we have lost our rituals, and we have also lost the traditions which started from here and now are being, a Western company is selling me the lapis lazuli, they are selling the malachite and all, which were earlier being used extensively in miniature paintings in Himachal Pradesh, in Rajasthan, in Deccan, in Patna, everywhere, and now they have been like becoming a rarity, and we have been like going more into the acrylic thing. And one day they will tell you that acrylic is bad. You buy these pigments which you used to make in 100 years back from us, and you pay a huge amount. And you see that when I was reading about shamanism and all, they are like, they are the healers. One of my friends, he's no more now, he used to tell me, he's a Jat, that when you have a viral fever, when you take paracetamol, you get cured in a week. And when you don't take paracetamol, you don't take anything, you get cured in 7 days. So it's the same thing. Shamanism also, because a lot of things are curing, lot of cure is happening on its own. The body responds. In fact, fever is a reaction that something is wrong. So one, your white blood cells and all, they are fighting and you are cured. So similarly, shamanism had that comfort to the patients that I have now gone to the Ojha or the shaman, I will get cured. So that psychological thing already cures you to a greater extent. But now if you will go to a big hospital, I will not take any name, for this emergency thing you will come, you will spend 10,000 rupees, or if you are admitted you will spend, your bill will become lakhs and all, which is not affordable at all. And sometimes you are not even treated completely, you just come half treated, or you are not able to afford that treatment. And but that all these things were happening through our shamans, through our Vaidya, and all that also is like on decline. Now I'll go to the exhibition highlight. I think you must be more interested in this. So we have divided it into three themes. One is the sacred realms. So you have got the masks. This is a Brahma mask, Shiva mask, and then second theme is transformation, that is metamorphosis. When you wear a mask, you have been hearing it from Alka ji and from Shali also, that when you wear a mask, you get transformed. The person who is wearing a mask, he connects with the other world, whether it is immortal world or the mortal world. Then you have got the beauty and aesthetics. Masks are closely linked to the process of crafting objects. As the custodian of ancestral knowledge and practices, mask artisans are often considered sacred in their community. I have used this word artisan, but if you will, this introduction of this word artisan is also a colonial legacy that we are taking. They were artists. And when you will read, there is a book by Amit Datta on the invisible webs. He is going through the art history, design history of India through the life and death of Jangar Singh Sham, who died in 2001 in a museum in Japan, in Global North, a person who was in Global South, and he died there. So he is discovering about the thing. There he is also mentioning about the Western DMs or the district magistrates or the colonels who used to come, and they used to go to the villages and all. They introduced the word as artisan or the craftsman, but they were the real artists. This is also one of the things that has to be like re-looked at when we have a dialogue in the Global South. Then you have got symbolism and celebration. The shamanism in India, shaman masks are not merely decorative or performance pieces. They are revered spiritual tools central to tribal and folk traditions. You see, these theatrical tools, masks play a vital role in storytelling and theater performances. And then this is the shared heritage in this is Ram Darbar. Is from our exhibition. You have got Ram, the story of Ramayana in different cultures of India and Southeast Asia. Local interpretation of Ramayana have also created distinctive versions of stories, such as the Khon Mask Ballet in Thailand, which is closely associated with country's royal identity. In fact, they consider themselves to be in the lineage of Rama. In Indonesia, the Ramayana narrative evokes notions of remembrance and renewal. Ravan is a famous 10-headed demon king of Lanka, the primary antagonist in Ramayana, who abducted Rama's wife Sita. Ravana is a Devu follower of God Shiva, and his 10 heads are taken to symbolize his great knowledge and his command over the 4 Vedas and 6 Upanishads. So you have got the first mask from left to right is from India, second is from Bali, then the Khon mask from Thailand, and the Saraikela Chau mask from Jharkhand. Then Sita from India, from Bali, and Saraikela Chau mask again from India. And how Lakshmana has been manifested in different cultures, in India, in Thailand, and in India again. And you have got Hanuman. All masks are from different part of India, made with variety of materials. Some with clay and paper mache, some dogra art, which are in metals, some with wood and polychrome materials. This is also evident how popular is Lord Hanuman in Ramayana. Masks of India represent a vast spectrum of figures, gods, demons, spirits, and cosmic forces through highly stylized and expressive forms that evoke deep emotional and psychological responses. In storytelling traditions, performers embody the mask characters so completely that they transcend their own identity, using masks to either reveal or conceal, as Alka ji told in the beginning, in the introduction, to connect or withdraw. So this is a mask made by a Konkana tribe. Bhavada is a dance of Konkan tribe that is performed after harvest in the month of March, April, where the legends of deities are enacted. Most of the characters relate to epics, Mahabharata and Ramayana, but their stories around local tribal deities like Kaloba, Masoba, and Rangatai. So I'll just conclude now. Masks are more than objects of art. They are vessels of tradition, spirituality, and transformation. And in the words of Professor B.N. Saraswati, who was also one of the curators of exhibitions of man and mask in IGNCA, when a person wears a mask, he is into transcendence and also in evanescence, in present. Because when people are looking at it, it is an evanescence, and when he is wearing a mask, he is into a trance. There is a purpose of duality. Thank you very much.
I now invite Sari also to join us, and Sachendra and Seema also to come and join us. We'll just have a few questions and have a little discussion, and then open it to everyone. Thank you, Achal, for that lovely journey of the Mass, how it all started and what your masks collection was all about. I just wanted to take over from where you left, where you said that masks are the bridge between the sacred and the everyday. They are timeless stories and symbols. So, इस संदर्भ को रखते हुए, can you tell us a little bit about a very interesting mask that I saw in your collection, the Majuli mask and the Raman mask, which has also been given the UNESCO heritage, which Tim Burton, Tim Curtis also talked about. उसके बारे में ज़रा बताएंगे?
Actually, in Majoli, as I told you about this Satra, Garmuri Satra, where they make masks, and Satra means that they are following a Satriya traditions, and there's a Namghar in every Satra, and they are all disciples of Sri Sri Shankar Dev Ji. And Shankar Dev Ji was a devotee of Lord Shiva, and he is the one who has invented a language also which is called Brijavali. In fact, he went to Vrindavan, and which is a mix of Assamese and Brij Bhasha, and he has written hymns in the praises of Lord Shiva, and that text remains in that satra. But during particular time of the year, they have got Ras festival for Shiva, for Krishna, and also they have got Bhavana festival where they have got this Bhavana mass. So all these masks have expressions on them, and they are used for enacting stories of either Putana, giving Putna mask is quite ferocious mask. And here we have got a very beautiful Narsimha mask which is worn by two persons, and you will see that the eyes are somewhere here. You can see the holes of the eyes. So they are quite interesting masks. Similarly, in Raman mask in Uttarakhand, they are inscribed on the UNESCO register, and they are all ritual masks. And again, as I told you, when we collected masks, it was in around 30 years back. And now when you go there, the quality of the mask has gone, and even the performance have also gone down.
I was really happy to see the Raman mask क्योंकि मैं उत्तराखंड की हूँ और मैंने वो जो आपके पास 3 masks हैं, one is a very very beautiful, very minimalistic mask, it looks so contemporary, और एक जो दूसरी है जिसमें वो नथ पहने हैं, वो तो हमने ही नहीं देखा है. So that was really an eye opener, and it was wonderful to see that. Now, again from your talk, I'm asking you another question. जो ये आप राम दरबार की बात कर रहे हैं, I want to ask you, what is the relationship of migration through these masks? क्योंकि जो ये राम दरबार है, ये जो कहानी है, interpretation of सीता, हनुमान, लक्ष्मण, ये आपका बाली तक जा रहा है. So what is this kind of a cultural journey, because masks are cultural vessels. So how has this cultural journey gone through the mask? Uska kuch batayenge?
Actually, if you will read the curatorial note by Sri Anjani Kumar Singh Ji in the mask gallery, it says that the mask, they have transcended the boundaries. And these boundaries are transcended organically. They are not forcefully sent there. There has been no tariff on sending the masks to those countries. They have garnered the stories of Ramayana or Mahabharata, and there will be stories from their cultures also. They have crossed boundaries. There have been encounters between it's a soft power encounter. It's not the conflicts between the two civilization, and they have been adapted and adopted. In fact, when you go to Southeast Asia, sometimes you feel that through gesture and the way they bow in front of you, it is really namaskar. When they do a namaskar, they really bend, they do it, and not like we are doing it like this or like this and all. But they are really, they have really kept that gestures with them, and certain traditions are in more pure forms in Southeast Asia than in our own country. And the reason, as I told you, that the royalty of Thailand, they consider themselves as a lineage of Lord Rama. So they have kept that tradition of remembrance and homage to Lord Rama and all. So Ramayana stories are quite preserved there. In fact, they have traveled up to Japan. In no dance and all, you have Mahabharata. And in fact, they are also coming up with an animation on Mahabharata, which is going to be a very comprehensive thing from all over the world. So they're in fact, through Buddhism, through the Indian, the Hindu texts of and Hinduism, the cultures, the India's soft power has reached far and wide, and I think that has to be brought. In fact, I have not done anything. In fact, India has not done anything in last 100 years to preserve Ramayana tradition in Thailand or Indonesia and all. It's being done on their own. It is their own thought that they are preserving it. Indonesia is an Islamic country, but still you see that how well the traditions have been conserved. So it's that's the tradition. So traditions are safeguarded when it is done by the people themselves. When I gave the example of Chhat Puja also, so it's a tradition of this region of the country. Whether you stop them from doing it or you encourage them, it will have hardly any effect. If people want it, they will safeguard it. It's an organic thing. It has not like someone has encouraged it or discouraged it, that Chhat Puja has become like that. Or for any other festival, Holi, Diwali or anything, or Hui Ashtami, any festival in India, Raksha Bandhan today, is an organic thing which is safeguarded. Nobody, but again there is a change in the tying of the Rakhi. I remember like 30 years back. I am 50-year-old now, so 30 years back even my aunt and my mother, they used to make Rakhi at home with resham ke dhage se. Silk threads were bought, and they used to make Rakhis and they will send, because by post or through the kumkum and rice. So that is reducing now. Maybe we are buying Chinese Rakhis also. So that's the loss that we have seen in last 30 years in Rakhi.
So your idea is that masks actually are travel bearers, they are custodians of our heritage. And the diaspora, it is not just with these masks, but if you see even in language, when you look at the Punjabi community which is living in upstate New York, they talk a language which their forefathers came with. So they are also probably preserving what you call the purity of culture. And the last point which I want to ask you before I go to Sari is, we are used to seeing masks in dance, in rituals, and in performances a lot. But I was more intrigued by the masks जो आपने सिंधु घाटी के दिखाए थे, because Indus is for me a great epicenter of a great cross-cultural and urban civilization, which I think a lot of work is now starting on. तो उन मास्क का जो कि टेराकोटा के मास्क हैं, which we don't get to see anywhere else, उसके बारे में ज़रा आप रोशनी और डालेंगे?
Actually, I started with the rock art paintings, Bhimbetka ki, they also, masks are depicted on the walls, which means that masks existed. But whenever you are wearing masks, normally you would tend to make masks from a lighter material, from a light wood, from tapa or a bark of a tree. So the chances of survival of those masks are very less. So whatever we are seeing from Chiran here in Bihar Museum, or the masks in terracotta masks have survived, whether they were used as masks or they were just shown as just for a temporary ritual, because they are quite heavy. They are quite heavy, but we are able to see them because they are made up of terracotta. And that shows that mask tradition existed during Sindhu Saraswati civilization or Indus Valley civilization. It existed. So that only gives an idea. But masks, what they must be using during performances and all, and the animal masks that you see on the wall, on the rock art and all, they must have vanished. Only because of the organic material of which they were made of, they would have been eaten up by insects, or they would have disappeared due to the the climate and all. But mask tradition was there, that we can see from the masks have been retrieved, as I told you, from Indus Valley civilization, from different sites. So yes, in Chiran mask they are, but that's a modern period masks. In Indus Valley civilization also they have got the eyes and all, so that shows that it is a mask. पहनते थे, but what my other belief is that this is a terracotta mask that you are seeing, it has survived, but there would have been more masks of lighter material. They have disappeared, which they would have been wearing during rituals and all. They have disappeared. And I also want to talk about that when you were saying about the Indian diaspora and all. Like I am also a Gujarati diaspora in Delhi. My ancestors migrated in 350 years back from Visnagar in Mehsana district. So we were frozen in time. Like we kept the culture which was there 350 years ago, in which Mehsana has forgotten and all, and now they consider us as like a different type of Gujaratis. So this happens with all the cultures. But the migrations and all from India, the people have been migrating or moving or doing trades with Africa. It's around with 80 countries. What we have a project Mosam through the spice routes and the sea routes. Through 80 countries, India was like interacting. It was not only the Indians who were going, but the other people were also coming. So there has been a exchange of things. But the remarkable thing is of the Roma community in Europe. Gypsies, Romas and Banjaras and all, that they have carried the culture. In fact, you see the guitar you see as a Western instrument was like taken from India, the sitar or Ravan Hatha and all to that place, and has really even the dance also, you have the Kathak here, and then you have got their flamingo. So that all has traveled from this part of the world via Middle East and all to European countries. And the community remains like still not very much integrated with the society. There's a global south in global north itself.
So we have two contemporary artists sitting with us. There was a third, Arpana Kaur, and I think they were asked by Anjani Kumar Singh to create the mask. I want to ask first, Sachendra, आपने जो गंगा घाट का मास्क बनाया है, उसके बारे में थोड़ा कुछ बताएंगे? सबसे पहले कि गंगा घाट नाम क्यों रखा आपने उस मास्क का, और उसके पीछे सोच क्या थी आपकी वो मुखौटा बनाने के? क्योंकि अभी सारी ने बताया कि जो मास्क हैं वो हमारा जो प्राचीन है, जो गया है, हमारा जो भूत आने वाला है और जो पीछे हम छोड़ के गए हैं, आज उसके साथ क्या कनेक्शन है आपका?
नमस्कार। मैं पिछले 25-30 साल से गंगा के आसपास ही घूमता रहा। गंगा के मैक्सिमम जगह पर गए। वहाँ आज भी जो पूजा पद्धति, जो नियम, रूल रेगुलेशन है, वो होता रहा है। मेरा पिछले कई साल से, लगभग 4-5 साल से, लोगों के चेहरे को देखने की आदत पड़ गई कि कोई घाट पर आप कभी भी जाएं तो ट्रेन से उतरो, स्टेशन पे जाओ या जहाँ भी जाओ तो वो अलग रूप रहता है। पानी में जैसे जाते के साथ उनका रहता है, एकदम स्थिर हो जाता है चेहरा। उनकी इच्छा रहती है या मांग रहती है या मनोकामना रहती है, वो एकदम स्थिर हो जाता है। पानी में जैसे पानी से बाहर आओ तो पंडित जी ठग रहे हैं, वो मांगने वाला ठग रहा है, वो सारा रूपरेखा चेंज होता रहता है। लेकिन जैसे ही वो पानी के अंदर जाते हैं तो एकदम स्थिर हो जाता है उनका चेहरा। उनकी जो मांग है, इच्छा है, मनोकामना है, वो एकदम उनके चेहरे पे दिखने लगता है। और आप कभी भी गौर कीजिए तो पानी से जैसे वो बाहर निकलते हैं तो उनका चेहरा एकदम केंद्रित रहता है पानी पे। तो वो देखने में मज़ा आया और लगभग 5 साल से घूमते रहे लास्टली अभी गए थे देवप्रयाग, फिर हरिद्वार के संगम में महाकुंभ में बाबा जो है वो बाबा सबका भी एक बहुत अच्छा था। तुम्हारे चेहरे देखने के बाद ही लगता है तुम्हें क्या चाहिए। अरे तुम कैसे जानोगे मुझे क्या चाहिए। लेकिन ठीक है, वहाँ जो लोग आ रहे हैं उनकी मनोकामना है वो बाबा बताते रहते हैं और वो मानता भी रहता है कि हाँ वो बहुत है। और उनके चेहरे पर आप देखिए तो बाबा से कनेक्ट होता रहता है। बाबा जो बोल रहे हैं उसको लगता है मेरे अंदर का बात बोल रहा है। तो वो लगता है ये कैसे हो सकता है। वही चीज़ जो अभी जो गंगा घाट है वो कुछ साल पहले की बात है। पटना के घाट पे कभी किसी भी घाट पे, खासकर पटना के घाट पे हर रोज आप जाइए, हर रोज सेम पानी है, सेम पत्थर, सेम रेत है, लेकिन आपको देखने का ढंग बदलता जाएगा। लोग हर रोज आ रहे हैं घाट पे, डुबकी लगा रहे हैं, आप उनका चेहरा देखते रहिए, रूपरेखा चेंज होता जाएगा। ऐसे में मेरा इससे जो है केला नाव से लोग ला रहे हैं। और छठ पूजा जो है सर ने बताया, छठ पूजा यहाँ बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। वो छठ पूजा के जो प्रसाद लाते हैं वो नाव से लाते हैं, एक रत्ती भर उनमें वो नहीं भाव रहता है कि इसको खा लो या फेंक दो इधर को, बड़ा ढंग से। और उनका कहना है लाने वालों का, जो गंगा पार करा देंगे प्रसाद में जब जाएगा तो मेरा मनोकामना पूरा हो जाएगा। लोग वहाँ पे जो चढ़ाने वाले हैं उनका भी रहता है कि वो बेटा का नौकरी हो, पत्नी बीमार है, माँ बीमार है, बाप ये है, दारू पीता है, जो भी उसकी इच्छा है वो गंगा माँ में एकदम समर्पित कर रहता है। आप कभी भी गंगा में जाके कभी भी जाइए देखिए तो लोगों का मनोकामना ही रहता है। वो नहीं रहता है कि आए स्नान करने, धर्म करने, पूजा पाठ करने, वो नहीं रहता उनका। उन्हीं सब चीज़ को लेकर हम यहाँ भी जो घाट को ड्रॉ किए, नाव पे केला को, और साथ में एक सुगा देखे। पटना में जब भी छठ हुआ तो मार्बल सुगवा धनुष से शारदा सिन्हा का जो गाना एकदम महत्वपूर्ण है वो बजता है। तो वो जो चेहरे पे लोगों का जो भाव दिखता है उसी कोशिश की बनाने का।
आप अंग्रेजी में बोल पाएंगे क्योंकि कुछ लोग, अच्छा तो मैं थोड़ा बहुत संक्षिप्त रूप में उसको ट्रांसलेट करके, क्योंकि ये बैठे हैं कुछ लोग जिनको हिंदी नहीं समझ आ रही है। जस्ट ट्रांसलेटिंग वेरी क्विकली फॉर यू एवा, अंद्रया, कथा, just to tell you that what he's saying is, as a contemporary artist, he's been working in and around the Ganga a lot. And why he's called his mask the Ganga Ghat mask is because how the expression of the individual changes when they come to either pay their reverence to the Ganga, because they have a very important festival called Chhat Puja, which is done a few days after Diwali, and where they worship the sun god. They come to the Ganga a lot, not only with reverence, but with ideas of asking for some auspiciousness and benefit to their family. So the way the expressions change on the face of the people when they are coming to pay obeisance to this very sacred river. And he has been working in and around the Ganga for the last many years. So this was his personal interpretation of the facial expressions changing, and he's done it in his style because he's a painter and he's painted a lot of colorful images on that. So I think, bata diya? ठीक है? Now I'm going to ask Seema, because Seema is actually a painter. She does installations, she's worked with embroidery, she's a multimedia artist, and she has done a beautiful mask also on the Nandi, which is very minimal, very beautiful, which really, and the Nandi actually is the Vahana, or the vehicle of Shiva. So I'm interested in knowing how she came to it. Is it because Shiva locked the Ganga in his hair? What was the way? Why is it done in such a simple manner? Because her paintings are very decorative. So I'm very intrigued by the way she has interpreted and done the mask.
Hello, Alka. Hello, everyone. Actually, the two masks that you see here are a part of a series called Ouroboros, which is based on 84 lakh Yoni. So they were shown in 2011 at the India Art Fair, And how it came to that was, it started with, my works are instigated by my images. My materials are chosen by my images. The thought behind, I think, is also the images, because they are very much alive in my works. I take them as my best friend who are trying to tell me what to do and what not to do. So these works were conceptualized during that time in 2010, when I made 84 paintings. And while I was painting, the images told me that some of the images needed to be performed. So I took to performance and I painted my own self as those images. And while I was doing that, I realized about 28 works wanted to be interpreted as masks. So these masks were either created by fiber or by terracotta, and then changed to paper mache, because terracotta was very heavy for me. I did not realize it has been experimented before, but I did try to, because that was an easier medium for me. And then, because if I did it on terracotta, I didn't have to paint so much on it. But then I changed them to paper mache, and I used it on my face, on my hands, wherever they wanted to be located in the process. There was a Kali which I made, which I put it right in the center of my eyes, and that's all a part of this whole. And there was a video also done during this, capturing the whole process. And the idea why I called it Ouroboros was that the way a snake, it is from a Greek mythological, and I integrate all mythologies, world mythologies. I do not, because we are world citizens, we are born in this world, we are connected with each other through the umbilical cord tied to that womb, which is universal. And I realized that snake is one animal, we could say, which changes its skin constantly, and it is, in Greek mythology, it is representational of soul. Just the same way as we see soul and the body is changing, constantly taking forms, and we believe it is 84 lakh yoni, and after that we get the human form. And that is the reason why human form is so important, and why we must take care of each other and this universe in the same way as we take care of ourselves. So it was a very important concept to me. And I called it Ouroboros, but it depended on it was totally based on 84 lakh yoni. And no, I did 83 paintings, and 83 of these, and 28 masks. And the last was a mirror. When I exhibited it at the India Art Fair, it was a mirror in which you see yourself, that this is what you are just now. So that was the reason, and sir had seen that, and he chose a few. He said, "Jagah nahi hai, but phir bhi isko rakhenge zarur." So I was really grateful to him for really remembering this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for connecting the past and the present. And now I'll come back to you, because this is what is the most interesting part, that how are you connecting it to the future? Your concerns about the loss, your concerns about the devaluation, your concern about what technology is going to do. And here I would definitely like to bring in the AI, because as a purist, I am also very concerned with AI. I know everybody is talking about AI. I know everybody is going to go into AI. But you see, where does AI get its data from? From the humans. So what is going to happen to this great heritage with technology, which was your concern? And that's how I'd like to end. I mean, I begin with the living heritage, with the archival, with the past, with the 84. It is said in Indian thought and philosophy that we get the life of a human after 84 yonis or years that we have lived, and then we become humans. So now, from the human to the post-human.
Thank you. So, AI. Actually, it's quite interesting you bring up AI because my previous, I was working on AI until recently. Actually, it was AI in the media sector, so it's a different context. But actually, we generalize a lot about AI. In fact, my previous research was deeply into AI, so I can say a little bit about the perception of AI is a little bit misunderstood, actually, generally by most people, because AI is something new. I mean, it's not that new, but for the general public, it's something new. And most people have a tendency to look at AI as a chat GPT and all that, and that it's only one thing, but it's actually much more complex. And one thing that is important to understand is that AI is not creative. It's very important to understand. So how do you distinguish humans from the AI? Is that actually AI will never be creative. This is very important to understand. This is the premise of how humans can still be ahead of AI, is that actually humans will always be emotional. The AI will never be emotional, will never have feelings. And also, AI cannot create because it doesn't have the sensitivity of a human being. So when people say, oh, AI will take over, everything will be AI, actually that's not true. Because, of course, AI can take over many things. It can automate a lot of things. And I would say that there are also positive things about AI. Let's say that on the one hand, it can save and automate a lot of tasks. So like while humans, for example, you could, if you have to do subtitles in some film or something, like you could automate all of these very tedious tasks. And actually that's very useful for AI to do that. Humans don't have to do it anymore, manually. So it saves a lot of time. And meanwhile, while the AI does all these automated, tedious tasks, human can be creative. That is actually in the recent projects that I was working on, the conclusion was that while AI saves us time on tedious things, we can spend more time being creative and cultivating ourselves, developing knowledge, and these things. So in terms of the masks, or if masks are collaboratively produced with AI, I don't know if that may happen, but I would say that in the end, the future will be a combination of different different things, and then humans will still. Humans have to understand that they have capabilities. I think the problem now is that humans think, I can delegate everything to the machine. The machine will take over, and the machine will prevail. In fact, we were talking about Tagore, but Tagore was saying a long time ago. He said that if men do not resist in the industrial age, if men only delegate to the machine, then the quality of human capacity will sink. And he was right, because if everything is industrialized, and this is where we are now, everything is industrialized pretty much, from food to whatever it is, we mass produce everything, right? And then there are things that are handmade. But the handmade has become a luxury. So it means that everything that has a quality is actually only for very few people. And it shouldn't be like that. There was also a Japanese folk kind of scholar who said, why is beauty only for certain people? Why should beauty only be for the elite? Why isn't beauty more available? You know, if you do mass production, it means that there is less beauty in the world. Everything will be mass produced. A lot of things will be ugly. Masks can become ugly, you know, if it's produced by the machine. So, you know, should beauty be restricted to the few who can afford to have beauty in their lives? And can beauty be part of everyday life? Now beauty is, you know, almost has become something, you know, in a museum, for example, you know, you could say, oh, museum is where you put the beautiful things. But why shouldn't everyday life be beautiful? You know, this is kind of, that the question is there. And the mass should remain part of the everyday to, you know, to bring this beauty in the everyday life, in the communities. So the machine shouldn't take over. But you know, it's difficult right now to, this is the message I would, I would give today.
Thank you, Sari. It makes me very happy to know that machine learning is not going to take over. You know, the same issues were felt when computers came in and people thought people will become redundant, but nobody got redundant. And it's nice, I mean, to hear that we can use our energies for developing creativity, going to what Eva had said so evocatively yesterday, that art is about feeling. It's all about rasa. And the AI can never, ever replicate that, because AI just gobbles up data. It's very good for office procedure, for people who don't have communication skills with ChatGPT, and also for defense and and medical. But I'm glad that you have you know, been in AI, and because I'm really very reticent about AI and creativity. So I just want to thank the panel, and particularly Seema and Sachendra, because last minute you came in. And oh, yeah, of course. I'm just trying to make sure we are not losing time, Eva, because I want to make sure we go for lunch at 1.
Thank you. I just want to ask a really
Yeah,
quick
sure.
question. As artists, and you know, most of us are in the art world here, can you tell me, and you must, you know, it sounded rather fatalistic to hear about the fact that masks and these traditions are being lost and being degraded. But isn't it also true that masks have been a very integral contributor to the avant-garde? I mean, to the avant-garde art. Haven't they contributed a lot? I mean, I think about the Demoiselles d'Avignon by Picasso, starting there, and I can cite like many others. But can you just answer that one little question? Maybe a big question.
No, of course, all the artists, whether from India or abroad, as you said about the avant-garde art and all, they got inspirations from these cultures. They had traveled to these places, and that was manifested in their art. That's very, very true, and it's about all the artists. In fact, Rembrandt, also Picasso. No, Picasso is for the avant-garde, but yeah, but I'm telling about the Rembrandt also, like when he, it's not only about mask, it's about all the beautiful objects which are there in the Impressionists and all. They got inspiration either from Tahiti Islands or from, in fact, Rembrandt has all praises for the Mughal miniatures. And Rodin was inspired by Nataraja. He said there's nothing more beautiful than that. So it's there. Artists get inspired, and it is manifested in their art, and they have been honest also in expressing that. They have not kept it like the thing. So masks and other cultural objects, whether it's puppetry or cire perdu objects and all, they are all masterpieces. That's what I said, that artists are not like colonial powers. Artists have absorbed from the other culture, and that is the way how one should have advanced, and we would have become a developed world. But we are still a developing world, because the others have not absorbed like that. We means the whole world.
Thank you.
It's about the whole world. I'm talking of the international scenario. Can I say?
I just wanted to thank the panel, Sachendra, Sari, Achal, and Seema, also for coming on board last minute and sharing so generously your views. Thank you very much. I'll give you the thing. I know you want to thank your staff, don't worry. I'll give you the mic. I just want to tell the people that we'll have lunch from 1 to 2. We want to be here back at 5 to 2 so that we have two very brilliant sessions in the afternoon. I want them to be relaxed, and people have come all the way from Thailand. There's a very important historian who's coming from Delhi, squeezing just 18 hours to be with us. I don't want to rush that, and so that the cultural program also can start in the evening sharp at 7. Thank you very much for your patience and for being here. Now, actually.
Thank you very much. Actually, the exhibition that IGNCA has put up here, I would like to tell Megha, please stand up, and Faz and Mr. Taragi. They are the team which have been working for last 6 months for putting up this exhibition. Thank you very much.
สงครามผู้คนล้มตายผู้คนล้มตายเมื่อยักษ์ตนหนึ่งพ่ายแพ้ลง
I hope you people are not too sleepy because Bihar Museum is known for its absolute great hospitality. और अंजनी जी तो हर चीज़ को त्योहार मना देते हैं और इतना खाना खिला देते हैं कि अब आप सुस्ताएं ना यहाँ बस. I just want to welcome the I think we have 4. We have experts from India, Sri Lanka, and Mexico for this seminar. There are so many things which are happening in these exhibitions that I thought the most important part of creativity is the feminine. It is also accepted in science that the left side of the brain is more creative than the right, and it is associated with the woman. So the power of the feminine, gender, sexuality, and material culture is our next session. I've just shut it because somebody told me they can't see my face and I should actually stand on my toes, which I will. Acha, take it. Okay. So this session centers around the power of the feminine as it moves through gender, sexuality, and material culture. We have Jagit Ravindra, welcome. He's here from Sri Lanka. And I'm so glad you've invited your student who's come all the way from BHU, who's doing a PhD in India from Sri Lanka. Welcome, and thank you for being here. Juan Manuel Garibe Lopez. Where is he? Yeah. Welcome, he's here from Mexico. And Seema Kohli, yeah, welcome. All of them will explore how feminine energies, we are talking of energy here and emotion, are expressed through form, ritual, and symbolic practices across their cultural landscapes. In India, Sri Lanka, and Mexico, the feminine has been a site of both creative force and shaping craft and representation in the epics. From textiles to bodily adornments to abstract visual language, the feminine expresses itself in ways that are sensuous, spiritual, and symbolic. Where is Jose? Where is Jose? He's sitting there. Oh. I was wondering why I had forgotten you. Now we also have Jose Luis Peria Gonzalez. Have I pronounced it right? I hope so. Welcome, and for being with us here. I'll just read a little bit of their biodatas while Anjani ji will welcome them with a traditional bouquet from here. Juan Manuel Garibe Lopez is an architect and museographer. He is the National Coordinator of Museums at the National Institute of Anthropology and History since 2029. He's at the Faculty of Architecture, National Autonomous University of Mexico. I'm so sorry. I've gone into the future. Where is Sari? She's taken me through AI into the future. Forgive me, it's 2019. I've taken you 10 years ahead in a time machine. He pursued a master's degree in art studies at the Universidad Libero-Americana. He received the Covarrubias Award in Museography field for his museographic projects at the National Museum of Anthropology, and has participated in the team that developed the exhibition titled Todas las Cartas, which was coordinated by ethnologist Sergio Raul Ario, a project that got the City of Barcelona award. And he's had several museographic projects and redevelopment in museums, and he's recently concluded the new Chitlinza Museum and the new ethnographic galleries at the National Museum of Anthropology, South Wing, Textiles and Rituals. So you will have a lot to tell us and a lot to share with us. So would you like to come and receive your... I'm going to request Jose Luis Pere Gonzalez also to please come on stage and receive a bouquet. And I would request you also to speak on the occasion. Jose has a master's degree in cultural policies and development from the University of Girona in Spain, with postgraduate degrees in adult education from the National Pedagogical University and in social anthropology from the National School of Anthropology and History. He is the founding member of the International Program of Research, Conservation, and Dissemination of Cultural Heritage, Camino Real de Tierra Adentro, recognized by UNESCO like cultural itinerary, and he's the founding member of the International Architecture Seminar. He's collaborated on Cultural Heritage Advisor for the Center for Indigenous Arts in the state of Veracruz and the Ministry of Culture in Mexico. So Jose, thank you for being here. You're very much part of what we're doing, a lot of indigenous work, which is also being shown not only at the Biennale, but there's a beautiful gallery, I think you've seen it, of the Bihari art, which is called the Regional Gallery, where you'll see a lot of wonderful work from Bihar itself. He's going to sit there. Jagat Ravindra, please welcome. He is an artist who's a leading figure in contemporary art of Sri Lanka, and his artworks are characterized by an exploration of fleeting moments captured through an interplay of colors and a heightened sensory experience enhanced by scale. He blends the impressionist pursuit of transience with the evocative visual language of abstraction. Ravindra reimagines ephemeral moments through uniquely tropical lens. His practice strikes a balance between personal introspection and universal themes of memory and existence. And I think we'll see a lot more of his work on the screen, so I'm not going to talk much about it. Just the fact that he graduated from the Institute of Aesthetics from the University of Kelaniya in Sri Lanka, a postgraduate diploma in archaeology from the same university, and he also has an MSCC in philosophy from the same university. So he's really very well studied and also taught, being the Dean of Faculty of Visual Arts at the University of the Visual and Performing Arts in Colombo. He's had many exhibitions in India, in Sri Lanka, and in many parts of the world. Then we have our own Seema Kohli, who is a multidisciplinary. Jagat, please come and take your bouquet. Anjani ji is waiting. Seema Kohli is a multidisciplinary artist working through the imagination of mythical and fantastical worlds from an eco-feminist eye. Engaging with visual and performative mediums, Kohli explores the themes of beauty and sensuality echoed in philosophy and spirituality, studies across civilizations. Her work primarily celebrates the cosmic feminine and its relationship to forces of creation and destruction. There is a focused engagement with the concept of the Hiranyagarbha, or the golden womb. She attempts to create new artistic identities by reshaping belongings, bringing the past and the present into a dialogue through the process of decay, hybridization, and transformation. So we have all these issues which concern us in the global South. What I'm going to request is that each of them are going to make a small presentation. Jose, are you going to make a presentation, or would you just like to speak? You would like to speak? Okay. So what should we do? Should we let them make their presentations? Or maybe it may be a good idea that you speak first and then let them make their presentations. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Okay. So, you know, translation is another very important part of the Global South, and we actually are going to see the process of translation. Jose is going to speak in Spanish, and and Juan is going to translate it in English. So we are going to see a process of art happening right here.
Traigo un traductor especial, un coordinador nacional de museos de México.
The national coordinator, in this case, translator.
Muy buenas tardes a todas, a todos. Es un placer estar en Bihar, estar en Patna y poder compartir esta tarde la continuidad de la Bienal.
It's a pleasure to be here, to share continuity, to share this Biennale.
La Bienal compartiendo historias a través del sur global.
Sharing histories through Global South.
Agradecemos muy gratamente al señor Anjani Kumar Singh, director general del Museo de Bihar, su hospitalidad.
To the director of Bihar Museum, his hospitality.
Desde luego a la doctora Alka Pande, directora académica de esta tercera Bienal, le agradecemos mucho la oportunidad también de compartir esta presentación.
Dr. Alka Pande, academic director, thanks to the opportunity of sharing this.
Este día es muy especial.
Special day.
Porque es el Día Internacional de los Pueblos Indígenas.
International Day of Indigenous People.
Pero además es muy especial para el nombre de esta mesa y para nuestro país.
Also very special for the name of this session and for Mexico.
Porque es el año de la mujer indígena en México.
Because it's the year of the indigenous women in Mexico.
Venimos de un país del sur global, un país rico en cultura, pero muy contrastado en su pobreza, al igual que otros países del sur global.
We come from a country of contrasts, of the South global, the same as other countries.
Decía que venimos de una historia semejante que venimos también de una colonización, en el caso de México, de una colonización española que duró más de 300 años.
We come from a colonization, Spanish colonization, that lasted more than 300 years.
Durante esos años se perdieron muchas lenguas, se perdieron muchas culturas, hubo una devastación de la población indígena en México.
Devastation reigned, there was loss of languages, cultures in Mexico.
Aún así, la resistencia de los pueblos indígenas aún hace presente su existencia en más de 68 lenguas, con más de 364 variantes lingüísticas.
More than 68 languages and more than 300 variants express resistance, indigenous resistance, today.
Por eso, hoy en México, la mujer indígena representa en mucho la resistencia de las culturas de los pueblos prehispánicos.
Indigenous women represent the resistance of pre-Hispanic people.
Al final, venimos de un país que vive un cambio democrático y que está queriendo cambiar en sí mismo lo que es su historia.
We come from a country which is living a democratic change and that is willing and going through a process of change right now.
Nos sentimos siempre muy gratamente halagados por el pasado de los pueblos indígenas, pero no tanto así de el presente.
Past forms part of our pride, but present as well is a part of our
pride in Mexico.
Vivimos, como muchos otros países, el sueño de la modernidad, pero con el corazón profundo de los pueblos indígenas que viven en la pobreza en nuestro país.
The profound heart of the indigenous people that live in poverty is part of that which sustains our dream of modernity in Mexico.
Los museos han platicado mucho de esta historia en México.
The museums have told these stories in Mexico.
Actualmente hay más de 2.000 museos en México.
More than 2,000 museums in Mexico.
Que son dedicados principalmente a la historia, al arte y a la arqueología.
Dedicated to art, history and archaeology.
Venimos de una ciudad, la Ciudad de México, que tiene 213 museos.
We come from a city which has more than 213 museums, in fact.
Después de Londres, es la ciudad que tiene más museos en el mundo.
After London, the city that has more museums around the world.
Pero los museos están en el centro, principalmente en el centro histórico de la Ciudad de México.
Museums are mainly downtown in the central part of the city.
Y los museos siguen estando en las principales ciudades capitales de México.
And on the principal state cities around Mexico.
Hay una desigualdad muy grande todavía en la descentralización de los museos en un país como México.
There is an uneven proportion still on museums on Mexican territory.
Decía que está cambiando nuestro país. En la actualidad hay una reforma a la Constitución que pone al centro a los pueblos indígenas para sus derechos culturales.
At the present, a constitutional change is being made in Mexico with an article that puts on the center indigenous communities in Mexico.
Una reforma que está buscando la protección de los lugares sagrados de los pueblos y de las mujeres indígenas.
A reform that is searching for the protagonic place of women and indigenous communities.
Por eso creemos que al compartir nuestras historias en esta bienal, creo que tenemos que distinguir la importancia de que los museos cuenten y compartan nuevas narrativas de los derechos culturales de los pueblos.
Cultural rights is a main subject to be told in this Bienal and Global South.
Que los museos puedan ser inclusivos en las diferentes expresiones y capacidades que hoy tienen las poblaciones.
That the museums can be including for population and communities.
Que los museos puedan recuperar y compartir el patrimonio biocultural de los pueblos.
That museums can recuperate and share the biocultural heritage of
y
communities.
Sobre todo que puedan ser partícipes de la relación respetuosa entre el patrimonio cultural y la sostenibilidad de las propias comunidades.
And cultural heritage and the sustainability of communities themselves can be part of this work of museums.
Juan Manuel Garibay compartirá lo que consideramos es una propuesta de cooperación internacional bajo estos principios que acabo de compartir con
What we will
ustedes.
present is a form of international cooperation expressed through what we are going to present.
I am truly sorry that I am behaving like a timekeeper, but I have to make sure that we finish the session 5 minutes to 4 so that all of you get a half an hour pleasurable tea break, and then we finish our last session, and I don't want to be unfair to anybody. So I have to be very democratic in my justice. So even if I'm the bad person, I don't mind. So I'm requesting each of the artists, we've got 3 people now, not to exceed 20 minutes. Otherwise you will see me coming like a Chandi and a Kali, and I'm wearing black, so I look like a Kali today.
Thank you.
You can begin. Exactly 20 minutes, and the clock starts now. Please, yeah. And then we can ask Seema. It's a gender imbalance. There are 3 men and 1 woman, unfortunately. Then we'll ask Seema, and then we ask Jagat to come. No more than 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Would you like to announce your title? He's going to be speaking on deities and foundations of the divine sacred dialogue.
We have a pointer here. Okay. Can be done here, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chronometer going. I will try to be as dynamic as I can. This is a conference about cross-cultural crossings and symbolic crossings. This is the National Anthropology Museum, which in the center of its space has an image, a metaphor of the lake, which symbolizes the presence of goddess Chalchitlicue realm. Through architecture, the presence of the feminine is expressed at the space of the museum. We have recently remodeled and refurbished, actualized the halls of the living cultures, trying to build a dialogue between living culture and archaeology. Here we see a textile from the south of Mexico that is present on this archaeological stone. So in a dialogue between present and past, through living cultures, we express the active community participation that these halls have turned into. So, in the Mexica Hall, we can find this sacred stone, which is literally a house of gods, Teocalli in Spanish. Teocalli was made in 1506, 1507 by the Mexica, and it depicts the migration of the Mexica. We can see the sun stone in the upper part and 13 levels of a stair which represent the 13 levels of the universe. A presence of gods surrounding the sides of the stone is also present, and this is a stone which is a model of the universe, like a foundational stone made by the Mexica. Here, at the back of the stone, it's a presence of Chalchitlicue, the goddess. From the wound of Chalchitlicue, a prickly pear plant is growing, and an eagle is posing on this plant. This is the symbol of the Mexican shield present in the flag, and this is the mythical origin that gave birth to the Mexica presence on the lake. So the feminine energy and the feminine presence is the seed and the birth of the Mexica civilization. The archaeologist Alfonso Caso, which by the way is the founder of the INA Institute, and he discovered the Tom Seventh at Monte Alban, he made the first study of this sacred stone. And he wrote an essay on 1927, where he talked about the solar cult and the structure of the divine in Mexica. So, here we have some diagrams that I want to share with you of the stone. We have time elements, date, timing, Mexica elements, which relate to the Mexica calendar, always around the sun. We have the Huitzilopochtli god. Huitzilopochtli means the left-handed hummingbird. And to the right, we have the presence of the Moctezuma noble Tlatoani. And at the center, the fifth sun, which is the era that, according to Mexica, we are living right now. The center of the stone is the fifth sun, and we have the other four suns on the perimeter, and also four gods. Tlaloc, who is the god of rain, the god of weather. Tlahuizcalpantecutli, that is related to Venus. Here we can see the presence of Venus, the star, and Tlahuizcalpantecutli is an embodiment of Venus. Xiuhtecutli, here the god of fire, and Xochipilli, the goddess of flowers. So we could read this as a dance, as a surrounding divinity realm surrounding the sun, and also two glyphs or cartouches that depict the recalibration of the calendar of the Mexica. Also, we see ritual elements such as Cuauhxicalli, and Cuauhxicalli were the deposits of hearts made on sacrifices. So here we have feathers which relate to an eagle vessel and the jaguar vessel, and the dates that relate to an adjustment of a calendar, Mexica calendar. Here we have details of the left-handed hummingbird or Huitzilopochtli god, and Moctezuma, the noble, the ruler, dressed as Tezcatlipoca god, the god of the smoking mirror, let's say. They are both talking, and what they are saying is water and fire, which relate to the founding of the Mexica civilization. Then, on the top, we can see the earth goddess Coatlicue. The earth goddess Coatlicue has very distinctive elements, and she is between two war shields. Later on in the presentation, I will also talk a little bit more about why these shields are important. And he is directly linked and in relationship to the sun. Oh, sorry. On the top of this model temple, we find a grass ball, which is Zacatapayoli. This grass ball was used to place the spines that were used on sacrifice to extract blood. So it also shows the way of the sun through the sky, and also talks about Venus and the date 2 house, which is also a meaningful date for Mexica Empire. Then, here we see the gods, Tlaloc, on detail, Tlahuizcalpantecutli, Venus, Xiuhtecutli, fire, and Xochipilli, the god of love, flowers, and celebration. Here, at the back of the Tecali, Chalchitlicue, the goddess of water, we have placed there a stone where we can see the face of Chalchitlicue in detail, and the prickly pear tree, and the eagle. that, as I was saying, constructs the national shield. So the fifth sun is the present era. Surrounding this fifth sun, we have the other four, which are related to elements. We must say that Mexica gods unfold as Hindu gods unfold themselves. And we have four creators in the Mexica structure of the universe, which relate to different moments of the day and of the time. Here, they are present in different codexes, the Magliabechi Codex, the Bourbonic Codex, and they have a color, they have an orientation in the universe, as well as other deities in Hinduism also relate to different orientations of the universe. In fact, Mesoamerica is structured by a universe of four points, and has a center, as well as Mount Meru is the center of 31 multiple levels, and Mexica universe has 13 heavens. This is expressed, as I was saying, through codexes, as well as the same, the fad painting traditions work in the education and the storytelling, which is so important. For example, we have the eight deer history, which was a very important warrior of the south of Mexico, and Ramayana. The importance of education for children lead us to possible researches on how to tell and construct these histories which link and can educate on the traditions of our cosmic concepts. This is one that we got from the Hindu divine world, and this is the divine Aztec world, which depicts the Mictlantecutli, or the universe of the dead, and also the Ometeotl, the god creator of everything, and all the other gods that are present on the cosmology. So, also, not also space, but time also is present here in an object, another object present in the hall. We can see the suns in parallel to the yugas in Hinduism. So, this is a goddess. It's an unfolding of Coatlicue, the mother god. She has a skirt of stars, and she's an old woman who has brought up the universe, and they are related to the sky and to the cycles. This one is near the basin of Mexico in a place called Tehuacan, Puebla. We can also witness resemblances on gods related to wind, like Ejecatl. Ejecatl Quetzalcoatl is a god related to wind, and Quetzalcoatl as Venus, with the star of the night present in the Codex Borgia, the same as Varuna or Barwani, which relate to sky and water. In the case of wind, we have a link between the god of wind, Mexica, Aztec god of wind, Ejecatl, represented as a monkey, and in parallel to Hanuman, a god which also has the attributes of a monkey and related also to wind. So we can see that the cultural dialogues go on and on. So, another image of Chalchitlicue that is also in this Mexica room, and the direct reference to water, which is calm, like in lagoons or lakes. in a dialogue with Ganga, the river goddess. Fire also, Huehueteotl is the ancient god. We placed it here with Agni, the god of fire. Huehueteotl also means wisdom, experience, and timeless wisdom for Mexica. Lightning with Tlaloc, as I was telling you, represents clouds, rain, much in dialogue with Indra also. So the mother goddesses of cycles, universal cycles, Coatlicue and Cali, also have elements that relate to giving birth to destruction and to universal cycles. Here with Coatlicue we can see the two serpent heads, a belt and a skirt made of serpents. This is serpent heads in front, and it's a very powerful god. This is a stone that measures more than 2 meters, which is at the hall, in Mexica Hall. In the Teocalli stone, we find another version of the Coatlicue that shows feathers, shows the belt with interlaced skull and the strips of paper. But it's also related to another goddess, which is like an earth goddess. And we resume this in the complete eternal feminine with the goddesses, the creator goddesses, the terrestrial goddesses, and the infraterrestrial goddesses and beings. There we can see Citlalinque, Chalchitlique, Coatlicue, Chicomecoatl, the goddess of maize and the food. This is a woman on the plane, and then on the infraterrestrial plane, Cihuateteotl, the goddess of the women that have died giving birth, which they are considered as warriors, no? And finally, the Lady of the Death. And this is the whole complete universe of the feminine gods. This I have already talked about, Chalchitlique, the lake mother. And finally we arrive to the project of the architect Pedro Ramirez Vázquez of the National Museum, that in 1964 he thought about how to express the presence of the feminine through exhibit design, through the space. He thought about placing water inside the hall. Finally, this wasn't done because of technical reasons, but in the space of the Mexica Hall nowadays, we can find something that still talks about this. This is a sketch of the architect, where we can see the sunstone and a model of the sacred temple of the Mexica. This is the hall nowadays. We can still read like a pier, like a shore of the lake, where in the center we have the mother goddesses, the sun, and here the sacred Teocalli temple. By the way, Chimalma appears in the Boturini Codex, or the Pilgrimage Codex, and she is the one who guided Mexica people to the lake, and she is represented by a shield. Chimali means shield. Chimalma is the one who is holding the shield. This is the first of the Codex papers, and here the migration starts from a lake in the year 1 Flintstone. there was a holy mountain. The little feet, well, they talk about the pilgrimage and how they crossed a lake to further on arrive to the lake in the center of Mexico. So it's a mythical lake, the origin, and culminated in a sacred lagoon. So I would like to finish with a reference to Octavio Paz. Octavio Paz, as we know, was an ambassador here, great friend in India, 1968. Octavio Paz says, "Memory is not what we remember, but that which remembers us. Memory is a present that never ceases to pass." Thank you.
I have to thank you on many accounts, one, but most importantly that you stuck to your time. I think it was absolutely marvelous, and I think we have a thing of the Teocalli temple in the exhibition here. So for those who haven't seen the Mexican exhibition, it's on, Eva Malhotra's work is there. It's on at the Patna Museum, and the Teocalli statuette that he has been explaining, we have a sample of that in the Patna Museum, and you'll really enjoy seeing it. And most importantly, I think thank you so much for those living cultural dialogues and the beautiful images that you showed of Indian art. And you know, I've looked a lot at sculpture, and I'm so happy to have seen the Ratri from the Eastern Indian group which you showed. I didn't know about it, so thank you for that. It's a beautiful Ratri. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to request Seema Kohli to make her presentation on her own work, and she's also going to be talking of the creative feminine and the power of creative expression by a woman artist.
Thank you so much, Alka. Oh God, I better wear my... So I am here with all of you, and I would like to begin by expressing my heartful gratitude to Sri Anjani Kumar Singh ji and to also Dr. Alka Pande, the curator, for this whole biennale. I am a storyteller, and I would like to start with a story. Once upon a time, long time ago, there was a womb, a golden womb, the Hiranyagarbha. From the Hiranyagarbha emerged the suns and the moons, planets and the stars, and a conscious universe was born. The golden womb, from it emerged 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. A universe that was neither male nor female, but as it took a form, it led to the birth of Maya, or the feminine illusion. These are the lines from my poem, I Am. The world which we inhabit, we dwell upon, is not a dream but a reality, a universe that was neither male nor female, but as it took a form, it led to the birth of Maya, that which we believe, that which we make tangible, and that which is not. Prakriti then, nature, nurturing, hence feminine, creation, procreation, a feminine percept, a constant state of evolution, of birth, rebirth, of creation, destruction, and creation again. I celebrate that aspect of creation, of nurturing, of faith, of belief. The golden womb with its umbilical cord, the lotus stems, its creation in muddied waters resulting in a flowering of the world and a state of enlightenment, a chain that carries on regardless of worlds that come and go. But my universe is complete only when all energy is balanced, yin and yang, positive and negative, man and woman, the Ardhanareshwar, not some hybrid creature, but man and woman united as simples that complete the circle and the cycle of life. A lot of my work naturally leans towards the transformational energies of the feminine. What really attracts me to the concerned subject matter is the effortlessness and the unconditional collaborations. I would personally refrain from calling this form a woman, as the word is limiting, as it already is in our coded human language. The word immediately labels and categorizes away the existence and the potency of the latent quality that I speak of. In fact, in the vast deviating variant of the energy forms of the feminine that I'm constantly exploring through my practice, when the patriarchy was at its peak, our rootedness to the earth diverged towards the ownership of wars and over lands, waters, and skies. It is about time that both matriarchy and patriarchy eventually arrive at a mutual ground of balance. The first abuse, according to me, of the feminine occurred when we forgot that earth was a living feminine organ. The most fundamental feminine form was and is still being abused, causing countless environmental hazards. Such inappropriate treatment continues to occur at the physical form of the feminine even today. I feel the dire need more than ever before to reconsider our actions of both past and present in order to naturally reconnect our sensitivity, our understanding of nature. Through my eco-feminine lens, I see Earth as an ancient matrix which was once held very close to us. Let's not forget ultimately that we all exist because of our dependence on it. In fact, it is not fully possible to grasp the body in my works without first apprehending my notion of gender. Through the critical reading of my ancient metaphysical texts, I would refer to one, Garbhopanishad, I became conscious and curious of the inconsistency and the ambivalence delineating the gender ascriptions of both these accounts. For instance, the term Hiranyagarbha is extended as an appellation to Surya or Brahma, both traditionally gendered as male. This, together with the concepts such as Ardhanarishwar or the composite of male and female essences, alternatively the dyad of matter and energy that constitute the matrix of creation as personified by the coupling of Shiva and Shakti. The vast assembly of ambiguous beings in the extensive Hindu pantheon, such as yakshas and yakshinis, nymphs that usually bear hermaphroditic polyamorous traits, counting vast sexual appetites, my Kamadhenu, the wish-fulfilling cow that is portrayed as carrying both udders and hump, as well as the prevalence of numerous narratives of Indian mythology involving transgenders, transvides, kings that became pregnant or spent their time in exile, impersonating eunuchs, the gods who dress like gopis, to gain access to the dance, the rasa, or ones whose gender fluctuates with the lunar circuits, such that they spend their time transitioning from male to female with the waxing and the waning of the moon, contributed to my understanding of gender as a spectrum. This is all in our scriptures, in our traditions, in our culture. I have systematically deconstructed sexuality, which figures as voracious fecundity and creative potential that cuts across sexes. This not only exonerates the body from hegemonic structures of binary gender that limits and delimits its metaphoric fluidity, but also veers it steadily towards more organic and constructive planes. Even though sexuality appears to be appropriated here by gynocentric paradigms, the view it is essentialist feminine term in fertility and procreation. What I tried is radicalizing its compounding with the force of creation and self-actualization that is not withheld from even the physically male subjects. In fact, some of my works actively confirm and emphasize its presence as male as a female subject, ostensibly demonstrating the ways in which the former overcame their expected gender roles to tap into the vast reservoir of feminine creative potential. Thus, for instance, Brahma, subject which comes around very often in my paintings, is born from the lotus flowering from the navel of Vishnu, the preserver of the Hindu trinity traditionally gendered as male. In fact, the one Puranic account alludes the seduction of Shiva, the destroyer, the in the Hindu trinity by a cross-dressed Vishnu, and the subsequent reseeding of earth through the resulting orgasm. I would like to cut it short because of Alka's instructions. The crossing over is memorialized as a large episodic canvas from 2009 titled Rakse Shams Bule Shah, whereafter facing several rejections from his Sufi master, Bule Shah eventually woos him through a complete subjugation of pride, accomplished through the means of learning from a Nach girl. This I'm moving on to another culture, but within our own Indian pantheon I'm talking about. Not the Hindu, but from the Sufi traditions. This episode sieges into other attempts of winning his master favor through the assumption of feminine adornments, the attire, until Bule Shah meets success by staging a dance on the occasion of Urs, festivity associated with the Sufi master's birthday, that he learned in the company of some Tawa'ifs, the courtesans. A gesture tantamount to complete abnegation of masculine ego. Finally, appeased, the master initiates him as his murid, and the last panel shows an enlightened Bule Shah ascending towards the heaven with the back to the viewer. It is through works such as these that I explain and uphold an embrace of femininity as a technology of deterrorization, an access key to initialize the virtual blanket of affects, relations, and becoming otherwise unavailable to the subject. If you can see, that is the last, and here he's trying to impersonate the wife, a woman, and trying to woo his master. For me, the rise of the penile body thus signifies a uniform distribution of sexuality across soma and heightened sensory awareness that springs from dedicated absorption and phenomenology. In the conception of the body, of the patriarchal ocular economy and its replacement by a supersensitive body in reverencing, signaling potentially different modalities of sense perception through action and thought. This is perhaps best represented by visualization of thousand-eyed goddess, an convention originally reserved for portrayals of Indra and Indriya. As a nod, perhaps to their association with the sensual pleasures, what one sees here is the literal parcellization of the faculty of perception par excellence, that is, eyes all over the body, total awareness. The mutating metaphor of the eye in these representations redistributes the privilege of a centralized ocular economy, that the whole body is perceiving everything. It doesn't need only the visual eyes to be there. It is there everywhere. In fact, according to one Puranic account, Indra was originally cursed by sage Gautama to bear 1,000 vulvas upon his body as a punishment for his inveterate lust. a punishment that was subsequently commuted to 1,000 eyes. In this animation, in this visual convention of the skin entrusted with the 1,000 eyes to disintegrate the supersensual pineal body with an unbound sensitivity to time and effect. I'm trying to move very fast. Expectedly entering, the feminine suggests a different temporality and timekeeping as well as altogether different experience of time, which for me is measured out in repetitive routines, rituals revolving around teacups, kettles, hangers, egg whisks. Everything is a part of my work, actually. In short, an entire range of household effects and instruments of domesticity, punctuated by daydreams, fantasies, and idle moments. The trickle and the drag of time within restricted domestic economies have a way of opening these spaces up for me for a nuanced overview. The loopy lilt of time within domestic spaces can expand one's attention to detail. A pen and drawing, which I did in 2010, entitled Space, Time, and Energy, literally portrays time as a mensural discharge from a woman's vagina, while in the left corner one sees another woman perched sphinx-like, bidding her time with an hourglass in one hand and a plug bomb in another. This again points out to a very different sense of time that flows in and out of women's bodies, orchestrating a strange harmony of household cores as well as biochemical, demographic, and cosmic flaws. The repetitive aspect of the course provided and provides different and perfect cover of rhythm to the sacred, secret texts and tasks of self-replication, culminating into the coup that will tip the balance between patriarchy, allowing the amphibian maidens. Over past 4 decades, I have worked with the feminine, not only, is it over? I can finish it whenever you want. Okay, I'll just say the last line, and you can continue showing the different visuals. I do not interpret mythology. I see it as a living language, a way to express memory, power, love, and resistance. Through series like Hiranyagarbha, What a Body Remembers, I've explored how gender, sexuality, material culture intersect through spiritual, personal, and mythic narratives. Just the last verse I would like to say, which is part of my own poetry, and you can continue showing the videos. Births are painful, powerful, violent, and defiant. The defiance to be created and create. With blood and screams I come, but silently I shall depart. These primordial words radiate intense energy. My woman is that Maya, who is composite, whole, complete. She is also a sum, a part, incomplete. She is a creature of myths, metaphors, and autobiographies, part real, part mythical, part mortal, part immortal, part temporal, part celestial. So is nature as a men and women. I eye this world, I pay it a homage, I paint its story. Sarva Khalvitam Maya, that is the work I have made for my Maya, for my Kali. I am everywhere, everything is in my womb. I expand in every thought. Every time I contract, the expansion is volcanic. Every time you believe I'm not, I create a miracle. You come from one single womb, share the same single space. How can you despair that? I ride the mind, holding the reins by its hair. I am the celebration. I am in celebration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Seema, for that very compelling talk. And the ending was absolutely dramatic and wonderful. Thank you. Jagat, can we ask you to make your presentation and talk of the creative feminine in your work?
Good afternoon. In the very first started to my presentation, on behalf of Sri Lanka, I should give my big thank, my gratitude to Director General Ajahn Singh and his staff, and also Dr. Alka Pande, academic director of this project. Your invitation to very valuable to us, especially with me, another 4 artists represent our works in this Biennale. Thank you for your invitation. Right. I also changed my abstract according to the time. Yeah. Yes. This is also kind of story, not me. Some of our ritual. I titled it Goddess Valli, Visualization of the Native Ideology. This study offers a visual and narrative analysis of Goddess Valli and her related ritual within the Sri Lankan cultural landscape. It focuses on the indigenous roots and visual shifts of Valli in religious art, folk tradition, and visual culture, especially in contrast to dominant Hindu portrayals. Sri Lanka, an island nation in the Indian Ocean, just south of India, has historically experienced significant cultural changes, both voluntarily and imposed. The island has undergone approximately 17th Indian invasion since 230 BCE. In addition to 3 major colonial occupations, such as Portuguese, Dutch, and British, from 1550 to 1948. Despite this cultural influx, Sri Lankan identity remained deeply rooted in Buddhism, with about 70.2% of the population practicing it. Alongside Buddhism, Hinduism, Catholicism, and Islam are also practiced, reflecting a multi-religious and multi-ethnic cultural harmony. Within this diverse cultural setting, the figure of God Valli stands out as a unique connection between local and foreign tradition. Valli is one of the 2 consorts of the deity Kataragama, also known Murugan, Skanda Kumara, Kartike, or Subramania. Widely revered across South Asia, Murugan is considered the son of Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati. I think most of this audience, they know that Hindu story. And the younger brother of Ganesha. According to the Skanda Purana, Murugan was born to vanquish the demon Surapadma, who had terrorized the 3 worlds. After 6-day battle, Murugan defeated Surapadman with his divine spear, which split the demon into peacock and roots, symbol that have since become integral to the deity's iconography. In Sri Lankan mythology, god Kataragama is believed to have arrived on the island at the invention of the Buddhas to reside the Kacharagamara. Kacharagamara means now Kataragama, a sacred site in the island southern region. Here Murugan is associated with two wives, Devasena of celestial origin and Valli, a native princess of tribal descent, often linked to the indigenous Vedda community. Vedda means tribal, we call Vedda. Though the Skanda Purana includes an origin story for Valli, Sri Lankan belief system presents her as distinctly local. According to legend, Valli was a tribal girl who fell in love with the deity Kataragama. Who magically disguised himself in various forms to win her heart. In one story, after initial encounter with the distinguished god, Valli's female companions questions her about the suspicious behavior and changed behavior. Murugan later reappears and declares his love eventually. The companion agrees to facilitate their union. Valli depiction of Valli diverge sharply between Sri Lankan and Indian context. In Indian art, especially interpretation influenced by figure by Raja Ravi Varma, Valli is often portrayed as an aristocratic or divine woman, visually similar to goddesses like Saraswati, Lakshmi, or Durga. This aesthetic popularized through mass-produced prints and embraced in elite temple art. Also influenced Sri Lankan artists such as M. Salis, who incorporated this Indianized style into Buddhist and Hindu religious mural. However, the depiction of Valli by rural Sri Lankan artists, particularly those lacking formal training, tell a different story. These representations, whether on temple wall or ritual textiles, Valli is portrayed as a tribal woman. Mostly dressed, often barefoot, and deeply connected to the landscape and community. They also use green color for the skin tone, which was not generally used in Indian. Raja Rai Varma's influenced artists not use that colors for painted to Valli figure. This was resembled the Veda's original story of Valli, with Veda's people generally having darker skin tones. In contrast, the Hindu paintings generally had fair skin tones similar to other goddesses. These images serve as a powerful lens into a folk consciousness, emphasizing her identity as a native and communal figure rather than an idealized divine archetype. This stylistic divergence reveals a deep ideological conflicts between institutional, religion, and folk tradition. While elite temple sanctions art reflects harmonized and hierarchized Hindu pantheon. Rural depiction asserts the native ideology, a visual declaration that Valli belonged to the people of Sri Lanka, particularly in indigenous and rural communities. Feminine power as communal agency. Unlike many Hindu goddesses who diverse their power from divine lineage or cosmic symbolism, Valli's power is relational and communal. Her strength emerged not from superhuman abilities or mythic facts, but through her role as a cultural bridge, a figure that connects the divine to the human, the foreign to the local, the elite to the marginal. Her acceptance by the native population legitimizes the worship of god Kataragama in Sri Lanka, and other marriage to the deity becomes a metaphor for cultural integration. Thus, the continued worship of Valli, especially by the Vedda people, signals not only religious devotion but also cultural preservation. She became a symbol of resistance to denial, a representation of indigenous agency in the face of religious and artistic power in this sense. Valli's feminist power transcends iconography. It has become the symbol of the communal power. Conclusion. The story and visual representation of Goddess Valli exemplify the complexities of gender, identity, and power in the multi-religious context. Through art and ritual, Valli remains a living icon of native ideology, reminding us that feminine power often resides not in a dominance, but a connection with community, land, and story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll invite Seema and Juan on the stage so that we can have a little discussion. We saw three very diverse presentations, one on a community goddess who the Katarma community wants to take as part of its own regional community as the wife of Murugan, one artist's own work and the connections between the symbols and the creative feminine between Mexico and India. So it's been a very interesting kind of look at the creative side of it. I want to actually begin by asking a single question to all three before I open it to the house. So what does the creative feminine mean to you personally as an artist? Do you find the energy, the creativity, the body, the sharira of a woman as a vehicle of cultural embodiment?
Yes. According to my knowledge and knowledge, I think we can make three categories, right? One is the historical from prehistoric, right? Prehistoric, how to artists create women power as a human being. They try to understand women, right? Women has their especially like Seema's presentation, great womb, right? That's curiosity. They create those things. Then prehistoric period, they made some of uh, interpretation of about woman, feminine idea. But after that, in the based on Hinduism, they made several ideologies, especially rasa and three those kind of textual things, guidance to artists. How should we make women's figure, right? Then after colonial, we rethink about that, right? Out of colonial and post-colonial thinking. Those three categories we can see to help to conceptualize women's figure into art, right? In the in Sri Lankan, we also very similar in the regional experience. We also mostly influenced by Hinduism, in the Buddhism as well as Hinduism. Then in the modernism, our poets, they created many ways to varna, varna to women's figure. It's a male-dominate thinking, right? Male-dominate conceptualized they created to describe women. But in the post-colonial condition, we call postmodern and contemporary. In the contemporary art is they created the other way, right? They have another special discourse about that, international discourse especially. Those are the three categories I mentioned before.
What I wanted to really ask you was the the energy, the power, what the visual image, because you're talking of it from a visual, you've divided art historically into colonial, post-colonial. So you're also a practicing artist. So what does the feminine part or the feminine energies, how does it shape the creative process?
Yeah. Again, I'm a Sri Lankan, but I have to take more example from Hindu art, right? Like Kali, Saraswati, and Durga. The artists, they wanted to describe those ideologies of textual ideologies in physical way. Then they added some some exaggerate things, we can't see in the physical world, but they produce their art connection with other headed and hands, those kind of thing. In the another special thing in Sri Lanka, we have another God's culture based on Buddhism. Those goddess or feminine idea represent totally different way in the Hindu goddess, right? That is that I can mention one goddess named Swarnamali. Swarnamali has no many hands, right? But it is visualized normal female figure, normal figure. But another Patini in Hindu thing, Kannagi, right?
Yeah.
She has many power in the power they represent has with the many hands, and they gave many weapons, many other physical things to her hand. That the symbolize way they created to describe the goddess energy power.
Thank you for that, Jagat. Seema, you have in fact taken the Sharira, the vessel, the woman's body, as an upholder of a lot of, I mean, you're showing the woman's body as a body of agency.
Yes, it is.
You also are talking a bit autobiographically, because you say, I am. And you also, in some of your works, there is a blurring of line between the representation and the embodiment, because you are actually enacting the feminine power which is vested in a feminine body. Why do you do that? And how do you do that? And what is your raison d'etre for doing it? Because as I understand it, you are taking the mortal body as a source of many representations. So would you like to explain how you are enacting that?
Yeah, Alka, for me, the feminine is not something which is outwardly. She's a collaborator. The idea of the feminine is when we say feminine and energy, it is not and energy. It is feminine, for me, is energy. That's why feminine is Shakti.
And she's also creative.
And she's creative because she's
you said
constantly creating. Anything which is creating. I never talk about physicality of the feminine as a woman. I talk of a feminine as a creative force. She is creating. Anything that is creating is feminine. It is not biological creativity that I talk about. I talk about the social, the ideological, the academic. What we are doing just now, there is a golden womb between all of us. A new idea is being germinated in each one separately. This is what is feminine for me. And that's what I'm trying to pursue as a seeker. I'm a seeker. I'm just trying to grasp her wherever I can. And I think she comes through, I see her through me, but it is not only me that, because probably the hand knows me. So it probably creates something resembling me, or probably a feminine, a woman. But that's not where I stop. I stop at a tree, I stop at a flower, I stop at a wall, I stop at a light, I stop at him, I stop at you, I stop. I see you all as an embodiment of that feminine. So it is so easy. Anything that is coming, creating a womb, anything that is creating, it's a womb.
So womb is a space of creation.
Creation. It is not biological. That's where I want to just emphasize it is not biological, because we have started seeing woman, the feminine as a woman. She's everywhere. When Brahma wanted to see himself, he saw his reflection as a woman. Anything, all the gods were created out of that woman. That's in our scriptures. Everything that is created is living. What we see this as a table, as non-living, is living. It has its own cycle. I cannot penetrate into it. I don't have the capacity to penetrate into it because I'm not the feminine alone. I'm seeing myself as a very limited woman. I'm seeing myself as a body. But the moment my horizon expands, I'm not just a woman. He's not just one. He's not just a male. You are not just this. She's not just that. We are much more larger, and that's what I talk about, and that's what I try to, and that's why my works become detailed and detailed and detailed and colorful. Because the moment I look at, there's so many colors here. There's a black floor, there is a red chair. Everything is coordinated. No one has tried to really coordinate, maybe inside, but outside. The moment you look at the trees, the sky, everything is so well coordinated. So that's what the feminine is doing. She's playing, and she's just asking us, come, play with me. And the moment you do not play with her, I'm sure she doesn't want us around. She just kicks us out. Okay, you move out. So it's a play, I feel.
So what I find interesting is that at one level you are saying you're not using biological terms, but on another level you are using a lot of biological terms.
So I have very limited knowledge of words. I have a very good bank of images and ideas that are there, which are constantly floating and telling me, okay, do this, do that. But the words are very limited with me. I'm not a person of words. I'm a person of images.
So you like to frame it within?
Yes, I like to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Juan, what I was very interested in is the way you drew parallels between Mexican symbols and Indian metaphors. They were visual. Very, very interesting, because you showed Mexican images, you showed from sculptures from Aihole, from Eastern India, from Cambodia, from China. Very nice images, even the Hanuman. They were really quite compelling and riveting. What I wanted to ask you was, because the Mayan culture has a lot of strong female images, goddesses, like you showed the Hindu calendar, you showed the Athet calendar. So what is, naturally there's similarity, but do you want to point out some very specific similarity between your Teokali thing that you showed and some very specific Indian, or you just want to talk about the creativity of the feminine in Mexican culture? Would you like to talk on that? Either. That's up to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, well, the objective is to talk about the feminine energy also as a mainly creative state of existence. The purpose was to show that in Mesoamerica, as I think in Hindu world, the feminine is always flowing, transforming. It's not static, it's not an authority issue, but a transforming aspect, which allows everything to keep on permanent transformation, multiplicity. In cultures in Mesoamerica, the absolute does not exist. We see duality, multiplicity, transformation, and that is what I'm interested in, even as an exhibit designer, how to communicate this state of perception when we visit a museum, how to build narrative which is destined to movement, to inclusion, and I think that is the very complex and present task now. How do museums express this feminine energy, which is the creative and the permanent transformation energy?
So I'm just going to end with one last question. You gave me a clue for it. Spaces. Now you design spaces. When you place beautiful objects in those spaces, do you design, because the first slide you showed was a beautiful slide where the space was feminine. So when you are designing exhibition spaces, are they all spaces of femininity?
By natural impulse, they are, because what we are talking about, creation is feminine. So it's a state of allowing the flowing of things, and it also questions our masculinity. What is the masculinity? No, and how can this be expressed on the structure of a circulation of the space, of the placing? How can this be expressed and achieved? And I think it's always an exercise of thinking of emotions, but mostly I think it's to giving a space to emotions and allowing a creative experience, a building experience, an emotional building process for visitors.
Thank you. So emotions are feminine. Anyway, we'll talk about the entry of the masculine into the feminine. I leave it open to the house now, so any other questions anybody would like to ask? Yeah, Parul. Would you please give a mic to Parul?
Thank you so much for such riveting presentations and also for such a thoughtful conversation. I've been thinking about, this is a panel on the feminine and on creative energy, and you've approached it in its different aspects. I'm a feminist, so I'm very happy with the conversation and the feelings that come out of it. But at the same time, I'm also democratic, and so I'm also thinking about the role of the masculine. And as Seema Kohli pointed out, she's not looking at it so in watertight, gendered, ways. So that takes me back to your inspiration, Seema, which is a lot of Indian philosophy, mythology, religious systems that you look at through a contemporary lens and through the gamut of the emotions and creative energies that they generate in you. So Purusha and Prakriti. And Purusha has a very central role as well in, so are we really talking about the kinetic principle, which is Shakti, the creative kinetic principle, which is Shakti, and the potential that is Purusha, the potential to manifest. And how do we see then what is not feminine per se, or what is Purusha, in relation to what is feminine or the kinetic principle? Because the creative potential rests in the masculine of the two. If we have to say feminine, we have its polarity as the masculine.
Here you're talking about Purusha and Prakriti from Kashmir Shaivism. Are you?
From Sankhya philosophy?
From Sankhya. So I don't look at it from Sankhya philosophy. I'm going to Tantra.
Yes.
So the moment you go to Tantra, you go into Shakti. And she is the primordial force for everything. And Kashmir Shaivism and Sankhya looks at it from elements' point of view, and Purusha is predominant everywhere. Prakriti is nature around, and Purusha is, she completes herself becoming the Purusha, seeing herself in him. And that is the balance. For me, every philosophy resonates with my ideas and my own personal philosophy. That's what I've learned from the Indian subcontinent to question and to be a seeker. I don't have answers, but I try to see what is around me.
But your paintings have all the
And
answers.
I resonate with that. Thank you so much.
Beautiful, beautiful paintings. Thank you so much.
Eva, Mike दीजिए था. Thank you.
My question is to Juan Manuel Garibay. And my question is, you are an architect, right? And you are a museographer in a sense, because you basically create structures in the space where art is going to be exhibited, so that it allows for the feminine flow and the what you're talking about, transformation and all this movement. Now, is there also a masculine element in this design, and how does that relate to your understanding of the Mexican cosmogony or cosmogonies? How does that relate to our mythologies?
Thank you. Yes, well, I think the task of us as exhibit designers, museographers, architects, is precisely to make an exercise of dismantling that which we think is masculine or has been accepted as masculine. It's also a task of re-editing, rebuilding, rethinking what would be a masculine metaphor in a room. Nowadays, I think it's been associated with, in terms of visual and space design, it has been associated with linear spaces, with authoritarian spaces. But I don't think that is what really is in a masculine vision of design or of spaces. I think it's a question still open also. But I'm not so obsessed with this. I prefer to think design as a human whole way to communicate and express, which is feminine, no? But to be precise and talking as a visual result, I prefer the flowing and the organic spaces, which talk about inclusion, democracy, equality, about emotions. Things that finally, I think, relate to human existence.
More holistic, in other words.
Yes, somehow, and a strategy of movement, transformation, more harmonic ways of thinking.
This is the last question because we have to.
I'm just curious that when you're setting up a museum, do you specify that this particular portion has to have a feminine flow and the other portion has to have a masculine flow? And how do you interchange if you want to re-exhibit or to, renovate and things like that? It's just a curious question.
Let me see if I understood correctly, but I think that the key and the solution is transformation in a room, in a space. Well, we have to think it also in terms of how to, for example, to show a child a room, how to express to indigenous people, to a diversity of persons, and to think about how to reach more people. I think that's the important thing. But a space has to allow this transformation through emotions, through growth of people inside the whole, and that people are able to construct knowledge and emotions. So that's why I actually don't think in terms of gender, but in terms of giving to everybody.
Maybe a fluid space, because that's quite an interesting question, that how do you really, is there a division? Is there fluidity? Because now there's great fluidity of gender. Yeah, yeah. So thank you. I want to thank the panelists, Jagat, Seema, and Juan. And, oh Lord, my memory. Yes, Jose, it's been a long day. We'll just refresh ourselves with a cup of tea and be back at 4:30 sharp to end by 6 o'clock, so that then we can see the cultural programs at 7. Thank you.
ผู้คนล้มตายผู้คนล้มตายเราทำสงครามผู้คนล้มตายผู้คนล้มตายเมื่อยักษ์ตนหนึ่งพ่ายแพ้ลงก็ยังมียักษ์อีกตนหนึ่งปรากฏขึ้นที่ขอบฟ้า
Hello, hello, check.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, check. Hello.
Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello.
While we are waiting for the others, I'll just make the announcements. It's been a wonderful 2 days, all thanks to the Bihar Museum, the vision of the Director General Anjani Kumar Singh. I'm so glad we did this 2-day seminar. Lots of ideas have been shared and lots of questions have been raised, and we are going to be doing a very beautiful book based on not just the seminar, but also key concepts which are emerging on the global south by way of migrancy, hybridity, very many things. Maybe it's still in the process. Maybe we take some antiquities from the museum and put it in. So you please wait for the great gift all of you will get after the publication has been done. Now, sometimes we save the best for the last. I know people are exhausted. Some people are still having tea. Maybe, Rashmi, if you can tell them that we've started, they'll all saunter in. Architecture. It's the built heritage, the built environment, which is the only immovable by way of physicality. So we thought we'd end with architecture as a cultural language across South and Southeast Asia, illuminated through its heritage and mythical legends. And we have 3 experts, all very interesting. We have Agus from Indonesia, we have Kun Ponnat from Thailand, and we have our very own Parul Dhar with us here, Dave, with us. So what we thought is, the way I planned this seminar was that how we look at the built heritage through the epics, the Ramayana in particular, one of the main things, as a cultural language across South and Southeast Asia. All the 3 experts, all the 3 resource people that we have here will offer insights into mythology, epic narratives, historical and archaeological perspectives on architecture across India, Indonesia, and Thailand. From temples to traditional theatre, epics and architecture become a living archive where memory and moral imagination are etched in various mediums, be it stone, panels, or performances. Through this lens, we articulate similarities, transformation, and ancient connections in the cultural landscapes of the global South. I'm just going to read a little bit from Agus's. I won't read all the many pages because we'd like to hear your presentation, but Agus Widiat Moko. He was born and studied elementary school throughout in East Java, an Indonesian province that served as the center of the Majapahit Empire from the 13th to 15th centuries CE. This kingdom was known as the center of Hindu civilization and reached its peak in the 14th century of the Christian era. After graduating from high school, he continued his studies in archaeology at Udayan University in Bali, one of my favorite places, specializing in the study of Hindu and Buddhist civilizations in the Indonesian archipelago. In 1997, he became a civil servant working at the Ministry of Education and Culture, specializing in archaeological research and cultural heritage preservation. So Agus, we in the creative world are very wary of civil servants, so you better make sure that your presentation keeps our interest alive. We are very, very exclusive. So in 2012, he began working in the World Heritage Institute, both managing and preparing World Heritage dossiers. And what he's going to talk about is very interesting, the relationship between Muara, Jambi, and Nalanda sites from a historical and archaeological perspective. Why I'm talking of his archaeology is because getting him was a nightmare. Ultimately, I get a message saying I'm always at my site Please don't even send me emails, send me WhatsApps. And finally, we got him. So now we are going to have a look from your digs and see all what you have been doing for so long. Then we have Parul, who has authored a lot of books, but she basically teaches at the Department of History, University of Delhi. Her writings focus on the history of ancient and medieval Indian art, Indian historiography, and connected histories of pre-modern Asian cultures. I think this panel, to get all the resource people, was my biggest challenge. Because Parul tells me, you know, with great difficulty, I've got a sabbatical. I'm going to see if I can make it. The only reason why she's come here, Anjani ji, is because she wanted to see the museum. She has not come for our seminar. Let me tell you that. She's got a sabbatical and she's writing her next book, and she has a very big timeline, but she has come and I'm very happy because we wanted that cross-cultural connection. She is speaking on monuments, myths, and mobility across the Indian Ocean, and that was very important for us to be part of the Global South, the Oceania, and all this region. We wanted a particular representation. Pornat is a person who I finally got through the UNESCO office because I wanted somebody from Thailand also to be here. And her title is Reimagining the Ruins and Hidden Voices of the Ramayana as Living Languages for Reinventing Contemporary Performance Cultures in Southeast Asia. So we also wanted that kind of, because the epics are so big in our country, and the old-fashioned terminology of pan-India goes through the epics and Buddhism. So I think this is going to be a really befitting ending to the two-day seminar on interrogating the Global South and its shared histories. So thank you, all three of you, for being here, and may we present a bouquet of flowers for you. For Agus, Anjani ji, I believe he wants to give both of us a token from Thailand. So, oh sorry, from Indonesia. My fault. Purnat, Professor Purnat. From Thailand, here you are. She's going to. And Parul. Hold the ram for me. I'm going to request Agus to make his first presentation, and then Parul will do hers, and then Podnat.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Before I deliver my presentation on this occasion, we would like to express our gratitude and appreciation for Mr. Sri Anjani Komarsi, yes, Director General of Bihar Museum, and then Mrs. Dr. Alka Pande, Academic Director and Editor Bihar Biennale, and all the committee. In this occasion, I will give a presentation the relationship between the Muara Jambi and Nalanda from historical and archaeological perspective. In 2013, I went to the Nalanda, yes, and Vikramasila for some research, and after that, I back to Indonesia, and I went to the Muara Jambi site, and that is similar. Yes, like this. This one, the roots, maybe the ancient route between India and Indonesia. The dots is the Mason route, yes, from the Indonesia, maybe. Incense and then agriwood and also kapur, yes, and also from the archipelago in the east is nutmeg, and then also clove, yeah, sent to the India, also to the eastern coast of the India, and so we now today when we go to the Bhubaneswar, there is Bali Yatra, yes, the similar tradition and in Bali, yeah. I think the connection in the past, India and archipelago of Indonesia, many influence for my culture. Now, in this presentation, I would like to focus about the Sumatra, and this dot is the Muara Jambi site. This one is Sumatra, and the Muara Jambi at here. Yeah, like India, also with Ganga River. In Sumatra, also we have the Batanghari River, and on the river bank is many remains of the temple. Also the intangible heritage like cuisine, and then. Language influenced by India. This one is some of the shipwreck, yeah, found in the river bank of the Batanghari River. Also, the dawn relief in bricks of the Muara Jambi temple. And near here, we found the Dipalaksmi statue. Dipalaksmi is maybe Indian is very important for ship. Yeah. This one is the ship, yeah, ancient ship, and my tradition, how to make the ship. Yes, in this map, Muara Jambi in the sea, the eastern coast of the Sumatra, Jambi, and fish to the Malacca Strait. In the past, is for the Mason route. between India and Indonesia. When we focus on the archaeological site in Muara Jambi, with the source the leader in 2019, spread along the 7 kilometer and more than 3,000 hectare, and the ruins of the monastery and the temple. The dot is a temple, also monastery, also the ancient settlement. And we conducted the carbon dating, yeah, that back from the 6th until 13th century. Yes, and then carbon dating in the canal, yeah, canal in this, the river around the Muara Jambi site, ancient canal, and 8th and 13th century. And then also 8th and 13th century, some excavation. We also carbon dating. The age is similar. Once we date back from the inscription from the Sriwijaya, inscription is 7th century, use the Pallawa, yes, the Pallawa carver, but in the language is Malay. Also the inscription, the gold inscription, and also silver and gold inscription from the Kumpung Monastery is from the 10th century. So from the Makara, yes, we found also inscription. Yes, maybe in 7th century. Yeah. This one is the gate of the monastery in Kedaton. Yeah, also we found the inscription. Yeah, from the 10th century. So when we comparison with Nalanda, Muara Jambi site is from 7th until 13th century is, and here maybe is similar with the Pala dynasty. Yeah, Pala dynasty. So Sriwijaya and Pala dynasty have a good relation, and the site like this, monastery, and then monastery, also complex stupa, monastery, also the temple. When the comparison with Nalanda, yeah, like maybe like the British archaeologist Sir Alexander Cunningham, when the reconstruction of Nalanda based on the Sonchang resources, me and Indonesian archaeologist use the Ising show us, yeah, how to describe the Nalanda and Muara Jambi, about the people, and then on the where is the temple, also the tradition. Maybe the Sonchang describe Nalanda is similar also it's in Muara Jambi. And also we cooperate from the Nalanda, yes. And the last of the Muara Jambi is when the Atisa Dipangkara Sicadana journey to the Sumatra, Swanatima, Dwipa, and studied Buddha for 12 years. Yes, in the comparison with Nalanda, maybe many monastery, and the big monastery is established by Raja Balaputra Dewa from the Swanativa, now is Sumatra. I think it's similar, yeah. And the pattern, also the temple and the building, Vihara monastery is similar with Nalanda. This one in the temple. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, complex stupa. Maybe it's similar with complex stupa in Nalanda. Sariputra complex stupa is similar with me, with this one. Also in Wikramashila. Yes. And this one is the big monastery, also with ancient pond, and then temple, and then a monastery. Over there is the Batanghari River. Yeah. Okay, this one is the big monastery, 4 hectare. Yes, this Stiagara and also the Mandapa look like in Nalanda also. This well, yeah, the active well, yeah. There's water, but in Nalanda is no water now. It's similar. Yes, this Vihara Kotomahlikai. On the side, connecting by ancient canal, Menmut is connected with Batanghari River. So when we excavation the river bank, many shipwreck we found it. Yeah, also we have the Bukit Perak set, the symbol of silvery parasol. Atisa, when finish study study in Swaradipa, Atisa got what is Bodhicitta and silver parasol. Okay, I think the Nalanda side. Sariputra, and then Mandapa, also Complex Trupa is not different with Muara Jambi. Okay, it's one of the monastery in monastery ones. Yeah, there is artifact from Muara Jambi, Buddha statue from the bronze Buddha from the 6th century. And then the Prajna Paramita statue, like the Prajna Paramita described and shot from the Sutra, from the Nagarjuna. And then the Avalokiteshvara. This one is the Dipalaxmi statue, yeah. We found maybe it's the evidence of the Indian, yeah, the ship of Indian, and also with we found this Avalokiteshvara and figurine of the Buddha. Yes, the many artifacts like this Buddhist. Yes, and then the Padma in the bricks is Palawa. When we excavation of the Salang temple, we found also some of the settlement and a smelter like this. Yeah. How crackable to mix coals and then also iron, and then also we found the iron slag. Maybe it's also like in Ananda, there is a settlement for how to smelt about the gold, maybe also silver and iron. This one is the evidence of encryption, era of the Sriwijaya, and maybe similar with the era of the Pala dynasty. Yeah. Okay. And today, how to empower about the Muara Jambi and the people surrounding the site now, because when we will increase the quality of the people, the archaeological site can be damaged. Yeah. Yes, we local people, we train how to revitalize of the cuisine, also medicine and so on. Yes. Yes, and then also how to medicine we plan again, and how to make medicine source by the historical source like inscription in Muara Jambi. Yeah. I think the people around the site of Muara Jambi now have how to increase economic, yeah, based on the culture and intangible heritage. And how about the function of the Muara Jambi now? Many people from the Naduwat or Buddhist people from Nepal, also India, and then from Thailand, every time can retreat in Muara Jambi. Like this from Nepal. Even though Muara Jambi is the archaeological site, but we open every people from in the world how to respect and how to spiritual retreat in Muara Jambi. Yes, maybe this short presentation. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay.
Parul, can we have you now to make your presentation? इनका presentation कर इनका वाला ये है नहीं इसमें नहीं है there it is now yeah give her the space
फर्स्ट वाली स्लाइड नहीं आ रही ये बीच It's really a pleasure to be here, and I cannot deny what Dr. Alka Pande summed up so succinctly. My temptation was to see the beautiful Bihar Museum, and whatever little that I've glanced at today really makes me feel it's a very worthwhile temptation. I'm nevertheless extremely honored to be in the midst of all of you. And thank you to Shri Anjani Kumar Singh ji, to Dr. Alka Pande, to Shri Rajput, and to all the wonderful panelists and the very, very patient listeners. We're talking about the global south, and in many different ways, through artistic expressions, through histories, through archaeologies, through connections, and through not necessarily connections, sometimes parallel histories or comparisons, as we saw between Mexico and India in the morning, or much more direct interactions, as we just saw in the wonderful presentation by Dr. Agus Vidyatmako, just before me. What I'm going to talk about is titled Monuments, Myths, and Mobility Across the Indian Ocean, and therefore ties up absolutely hand in glove with what our previous speaker just discussed. Therefore, I have a similar map, and the kind of connections across the Indian Ocean in the ancient and medieval period, which I will not, due to time limitations, go into great details about, but depending on the monsoon winds, depending on the way that the wind direction changed, trade transpired over millennia across the Indian Ocean, the Western Indian Ocean and the Eastern Indian Ocean, but right now I'm more concerned with the Eastern Indian Ocean and maritime linkages between this part of the global south, that is South Asia, including India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, and other places, and Southeast Asia, including Myanmar, maritime Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Muara Jambi, which was just discussed, is very much part of it, and mainland Southeast Asia, including Thailand, which will follow after what I am I'm going to throw some ideas, given that we have 15 to 20 minutes. I will not go into the intricacies, which we can leave for the curious-minded to explore on their own. Now, these connections transpired on account of many motivations. We talk of a global world or a globalized world in the era of www. We are so connected that, one click of a WhatsApp or the internet takes us across the globe. But what were the motivations in, say, the 1st century AD or the 3rd century AD, or even before that, as we know, for people to cover such large distances, for them to want to know what was going on in the other part of the global south? It was a globalized, cosmopolitan, ancient and medieval world in those centuries as well. And the motivations, I tell you, given the couch culture that we have at the click of a button, the motivations were far more energetic, far more adventurous than we can imagine in our times. Now, trade, pilgrimage, war, diplomacy, some political conflicts, but even political embassies, but most dominantly trade, and trade overland as well as across the ocean. Now, I will let you follow the contours of this well-known geographical path, but I do want you to look at this particular region, which was also partly, see, he was talking about Sumatra, this particular region, which was very, very crucial to the early establishment of maritime contacts. And that was because of the kind of, of course, because of the Malacca Straits that Dr. Vidyatmako spoke about, but also because of this thin land line, the Isthmus of Kra, that enabled boats to actually, some stopped in Sri Lanka, some started from the eastern part, some started from the Southeast Asian parts of India, and crossed over to various parts of peninsular Malaysia and island Southeast Asia, which includes Java, Sumatra, and Borneo. And this region, the southern peninsular Malaysia and the region of Sumatra, actually witnessed some of the earliest surviving remains of a culture that you can say was certainly not Indianized, to quote Rabindranath Tagore. He said he sees India everywhere. He feels India everywhere, but he cannot see it. And he, in that sense of an Asian universalism, also recognized the original agency, the local, the importance of the substratum, of the creative genius of the various Southeast Asian regions in bringing in, let's say, foreign, Indian, South Asian, African, or any other elements into their own cultures in what is called a localized transformative way. So it was not a colonization or a cultural colonization of sorts, but a sharing of ideas that was more direct than, say, a comparative South-South association. It was connected and very deeply, historically, empirically connected, as we saw in the case of Muara Jambi and Nalanda. So along this southern peninsular Malaysia, you have a site called the Bujang Valley in Malaysia that has given us some of the earliest surviving remains. And now more are being discovered in island Indonesia, as you just saw, and of course in the region of Sumatra. Now this is a tablet that has a stupa inscribed on it. It is housed in the Indian Museum, Kolkata, and it mentions a Mahanavika. That is a great sailor, a great seaman, a sea captain. And the sea captain is known as Buddhagupta and was the follower of Mahayana Buddhism, as the remaining part of the inscription, which gives a karmic doctrine, talks about. You also have finds like this beautiful bronze Buddha statuette and certain metal objects like, some interpret this as a rooftop. It could well be the covering of a relic casket as well. Now, across the region, different ports and river mouths, inland routes connected ancient India, Sri Lanka, and Southeast Asia through maritime routes. The connections were not all homogeneous. Some were very, very trade-related, had colonies of traders waiting to go back, so there was an itinerant population for a couple of months that was intermingling with the populations, whereas in other places, you have the remains of what then later became the elite royal kingdoms of Southeast Asia. And there you have remains like this, you see, from a place called, what the Chinese annals call Funan, and what Sanskrit inscriptions of southern and central Vietnam and Cambodia mention as Ishanapura. Okay? And there you have old inscriptions in Brahmi script and Sanskrit language. The box-headed script here you see is the famous Okan inscription from southern Vietnam, from the province of Nha Trang. Today it is called Nha Trang. It had a Sanskritized name in the ancient past, and it talks about donations made by a king, and that king, you find a lot of political structures there, like Rajakula, the family of the king, or the Britra, the servant, and so on. So you get the sense of a nascent kingdom that is slowly becoming the rising of state formation and bigger kingdoms across Southeast Asia. So why did I talk about these two? There were these, where they were trade and merchant patronized locally and across the seas. The structures remained modest across the centuries. But where they became bigger kingdoms, like they did in Funan and Srivijaya and other places, Angkor became a massive kingdom in the Khmer region. There were big and bigger artifactual remains, monumental remains that you find across. So Mizon in Vietnam today is a World Heritage Site. Angkor is a World Heritage Site. You have, Java, Prambanan, Borobudur. You have massive temple complexes that arose out of those political kingdoms. Now, this is from southern Vietnam, from Mizon, south-central Vietnam, Quang Nam province. It's part of one of my publications where you see the first surviving relief sculpture of a temple in relief in Mizon. And you see a whole lot of ascetics. These are Pashupata Shaiva ascetics performing certain rituals that are known in India as well as in the region of erstwhile Champa, which is in Vietnam today. So also the other place which has early temples are the Chandi Gedong Songo and the Dieng Plateau and other sites in Indonesia from the 7th century. You have these massive temple complexes which have been often arbitrarily associated with, say, temples of Mahabalipuram, because these are known as the Arjuna Ratha, Dharmaraj Ratha, and so on. And the Mahabalipuram temples are also known as Arjuna Ratha, Dharmaraj Ratha. There is a resemblance, but let me tell you that the detailed architectural analysis tells you that the development is organic to where it belongs. So how did these temples talk to each other? They are rooted. They can't be transferred. How did such temples come up simultaneously or a little later in Southeast Asia in different parts? They were not copied. The temples didn't walk up to the different regions of Southeast Asia. How did architectural vocabulary move from one part to the other? Drawings, yes. This incidentally is part of my work, trying to understand each and every detailed element of the temple, the earliest one found in Vietnam, in Mizon, and try and explain how it is neither a replica of any North Indian temple nor South. There is a similarity, but there's a difference, and that similar difference needs to be understood very carefully. Now, there are ways of transference that are visual, and there are ways of transference that are visual, tactile, physical, as opposed to mental, conceptual, and both happened. Both happened, and in different ways. So there were itinerant concepts. And these itinerant concepts, one of the concepts that was referred to in the morning was that of Meru. Now, I don't need to explain Meru here. From Kalidas's description of the king being Meru himself, Purvim Krantva Meru Revatmana. He conquered the world as though he was Meru. You know, that political connotation, the religious connotation of what is Meru is prevalent in Buddhism, in Hinduism, and in Jainism equally. You have Puranic literature mentioning it. Now that Meru finds its visualization in the Kandariya Mahadev or in the Tanjavur Brihadishwara of Rajaraja Chola, but it also finds a unique manifestation in temples such as Angkor Wat in Cambodia or Borobudur in a Buddhist context in Indonesia. Now, these are not visual semblances of how the Meru is articulated in India. They go by the Puranic cosmogonical description of the 7 rounds of water and land and the mountain temple in the middle through a unique visualization, through a system of barrays and dikes, creating concentric rings around a central mountain with 4 buttress mountains in the conceptual imagery of the Meru that is translated in unique ways in Southeast Asia. Here it is, as an example, you have the Meru in Cambodia. Interestingly, there was a reverse osmosis very recently in the state of Bihar when Angkor Wat was supposed to be recreated. And it was then challenged by the Cambodian government. It became a diplomatic issue. And then the design of Angkor Wat, which was copyrighted even on the flags of Cambodia, successive flags of Cambodia, and became an identity marker, was then not copied in toto. And it changed from the Virat Angkor Dham to the Virat Ramayan Mandir. And its design became an amalgamation of the Tanjavur Brihadishwara, of the Kandariya Mahadev, and the Angkor Wat. So these processes live in memory. The myth surrounding the temple lives in the present memories, in the present sort of ethos of the people. It was these tiny objects, what I call voyaging objects, that actually carried forth the visualization of different architectural forms across regions. So images like the central Dongzong Buddha found in Vietnam is actually a transference of the Amaravati school to Sri Lanka, and from Sri Lanka in the 6th, 7th century, it moves to Vietnam. Now these are imports. They are clearly stylistically imports, but look at these forms. You have the various 8 sacred spots of the Buddha's life that are captured in one small tablet that is a pilgrim souvenir or a votive tablet. It serves many different purposes, that moves across seas with sailors. Avalokiteshvara, there's a beautiful Avalokiteshvara as you just walk out, found from Telhara. And Avalokiteshvara became a cult sometimes more potent than the Buddha himself, because Avalokiteshvara became a guardian deity of sailors. And you have that iconography of Avalokiteshvara protecting sailors from shipwreck. And this is how ideas traveled and transformed. You have miniature Bodhi temples, Mahabodhi temples that circulated to China, as far as China. You have the beautiful Mahabodhi temple in Myanmar. You have 2 in Thailand, and you have in many other places. And you see how the impact of voyaging objects on architectural vocabulary across the Indian Ocean. Here are some of the Mahabodhi temples. War also played a role in the dissemination of ideas, and this hybrid icon is today worshipped as a potent Devi, the Bhagavati of Ponagar. She is now a Sinicized, Vietnamized deity who finds successive mention in the charm inscriptions from the 8th century to the 13th century of plunder, and of transformation. Just some ideas about how our artistic language was shared. This is Avalokiteshvara, a big element in trans-Asian iconographies of travel. Here you see the image of Avalokiteshvara as a protector from 8 great fears. And to the left, you can see the boat and Avalokiteshvara protecting sailors from shipwreck. Now, how do you compare two Vishnus of roughly the same period found from almost the same the larger region of Takuapa? To the left is a very Pallav stylistic Vishnu found in Takuapa, which was erected by a community of traders, sailors, merchants who were perhaps based there and coming from South India. And to the right, again, you have Takuapa Vishnu in a very Cambodian stylistic, both of the same period. So these are the kind of nuances that one needs to look at when one looks at iconographies. Now coming to Ramayana, which will be taken up by the next speaker, I will just introduce it because it's a very vast topic, and I had actually edited a whole volume on the Ramayana. You have the earliest inscription, the Vilkantel inscription of the late 6th century found in Cambodia, that talks about the gifting or the donating of a Ramayana by a Brahman, Soma Sharman, okay, and the recitation of Ramayana. You have a temple to Valmiki mentioned in an inscription, 7th century inscription from central South Vietnam. And you have many mentions of the Ramayana thereafter. The first sculpture in the round is found in Phunumda as part of one of Vishnu's incarnations, Ram Avatar. And I compare it with the Aihole Ram, Sita, Lakshman, and the golden deer, 8th century. But you don't have a sculpture in the round so far. You have them in terracotta, of course, from the Gupta period. But here from Cambodia, you have a 7th century Ram sculpture in the round. Crossing the seas, literally. Now, how do if you have to look at how Ramayana adapted across the regions, then it is its inherent adaptability that has made it so popular, made it possible to take it forward. So when I was sitting in Prambanan some years ago and watching the stone sculptures of the Ramayana carved early 9th century on the walls, and the performance happening in the precincts, I could see that the actor who was enacting Ram and the lady who was performing Sita were followers of Islam. The Ramayana was theirs. There were so many spectators there who were watching it. They had adapted it to their needs. The story had changed, and a lot of it happens particularly in the performative medium. In Thailand, which I should really leave to you, you have both the influence of the Valmiki Ramayana as well as the South Indian Kamba Ramayana, Iramavataram, in different periods. So actually very little survives of the Ramayana in Thailand before the 18th century, when it was again brought back. But the earlier ones show the scenes of the, Nagapasha and the Krauncha bird and all, which comes clearly from the Valmiki Ramayana, whereas the later ones show different aspects of Hanuman. Hanuman is not just a celibate bhakta of Rama, but he acquires many colorful overtones in different regions, and even in our own folk traditions. There is a lot of color added to his character. his liaison with Benyakai, and many other aspects. Ravan, particularly in the performing arts, is the one who, Ram remains Purushottam Ram almost uniformly throughout. But Ravan changes character so much so that in Adhyatma Ramayana and in many Ramayans of South India and Southeast Asia, he realizes his destiny of being killed at the hands of either Ram or Lakshman. And in that lies his salvation. He's also his character, his multivalent character as a great, as a person capable of great austerities. And all of that is emphasized. His bhakti towards Shiva is emphasized. And the character of Ravan changes. In one of the Malaysian plays, Wayang Kulit Kelantan, from the region of Kelantan, in a shadow puppet theater, the Islamic community adapts the Ramayana for itself by adding Allah and Adam to the story. So along with Raja Berema, who lives in Kayangan heavens, also Allah and Adam enter the conversation. And this, in fact, is what keeps the Ramayana and its multivalence alive. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Parul, for taking us to a territory which people normally do not traverse, going to the Malacca states, going to Sumatra, Indonesia, and seeing some wonderful representations. This is the last of our speaker today, and we are really looking forward to Professor Podnath Damroong's presentation on reimagining the ruins and hidden voices of the Ramayana as living legends for reinventing contemporary performance and cultures in South Asia. So I think it's a fitting tribute to the last bit of our seminar, and it talks actually of Maryada. So that is a beautiful way to end. Thank you.
Thank you. I had 37 slides. Please bear with me. Okay. Reimagining the runes and hidden voices of the Ramayana as living language for inventing contemporary performance culture in Southeast Asia. First, I would like to thank Dr. Ajani Kumar Singh for inviting me to take part in this third Bihar Museum Biennale. It is my honor and pleasure to be back in India, especially in the important Bihar region. This will be the first time for me to visit the site of Lord Buddha's enlightenment. As someone from Thailand, I am Buddhist, but I do not have much connection to this significant sacred site. I wish to thank Dr. Alka Pande and her team for inviting me to be a part of this panel on architecture as a cultural language across South and Southeast Asia, illuminated through its heritage and mythical legends. Reflection on Ramayana as a cultural language from a contemporary theater practitioner. I am not an architect or archaeologist, and I am bad at history. My work is with many artists of Southeast Asian countries, mainly in the performing arts. My colleagues and I look for new ways to recycle and rework old traditions into contemporary performances for today's diverse audience. In this region, the Ramayana is found in an archaeological, I cannot even uttering the word, archaeological remains at all sites, and also all mural paintings within temples. It is also the basis of many different performing arts familiar to all parts of the society. So I am excited to participate in this panel on how the Ramayana helps to structure the meaning of all historical sites and contemporary performances as a cultural language across Southern Asia. My presentation will look at how contemporary performance have explored the ruins and neglected part of Ramayana as a cultural language to reinvent performance culture and to stage the Ramayana in Southeast Asia. Abduction of Sita by Ravana is a wall sculpture in Prambanan Temple, Central Java, and it was transformed to be a performance in Singapore and also in Yogyakarta and also in by Thai Khon mass dancer, but they perform in France. Rama chasing the golden deer, Prambanan Ramayana panel, and also perform as a performance Thai Khon mass dance. Garuda in Prakan, Cambodia, and the other one is a mass dance in Thailand. The Ramayana has long provided a powerful set of forms to communicate aspects of political, religious, and cultural life across Southeast Asia. At many old sites in the region, we see key characters, actions, and scenes from Ramayana stand out from the stones and fresco that form the monument architecture. The monumental architecture among the ruins of one great state, Rama, Hanuman, Ravana, Sita, and Lakshman appear in the ruins as scenes made by sculptors, painters, and artists. These remains still communicate complex and nuanced meaning about power to those who walk through and view the remaining walls in Java, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand, and also among other locations across Southeast Asia. The Ramayana was never just a formative part of the region's architecture. It was also a living performing arts. The Ramayana became a source of meaning both in old architecture and in performances as a cultural language for communicating nuanced ideals and relationships of power in social, political, and religious life. Linking epic to polity, the Ramayana as a cultural language for architecture of sacred statecraft in Southeast Asia. Across Southeast Asia, the architectural monumentalization of the Ramayana was not a passive act of literary admiration, but a deliberate strategy of statecraft. Scholars have shown that selection and adaptation of Ramayana episodes at these sites often mirror and reinforce local aspirations and anxieties. This is a picture of churning of the Milk Ocean in Thailand, in Bihar Museum in Buriram Province, Thailand. Ramayana scene in Southeast Asia sacred site. So these are one in Prambanan and the left, from Angkor Wat and Angkor Thom in Cambodia. Okay. The Ramayana as a cultural language, structuring diverse type of culture in Southeast Asia. The Ramayana is more than an important set of resources for ancient architecture and as idea of traditional kingship. Along with spreading Ramayana architectural forms that now appear in all ruins, the Ramayana also creates a rich cultural language that structures the diverse living performance culture that spread through Southeast Asia. Traditionally, performances of Ramayana in Southeast Asia reproduce distinct but overlapping, living representation of elite power based on major characters and scenes from the epic. But since the Ramayana is large, complex, varied, and nuanced, it is also full of many other materials, resources for performances that critique of power and for alternative visions of life. These critiques and alternatives can best be seen in neglected character, action, and scene that are also part of the many Ramayana of the region. The Ramayana as an evolving tradition beyond borders. The Ramayana in Southeast Asia was a complex cultural language that became part of a living, evolving tradition and was translated into different texts, performance, and art. Each version reflects the interplay of the Indian origins and local creativity and is a cultural canvas upon which regional polities and Buddhist traditions, as well as other Buddhist tradition project their ideals, anxiety, and aspiration. This development produced localized version of Ramayana, the Riamgir in Cambodia, Ramakyan in Thailand, Hikayat Seri Rama in Malaysia, Palak Palam in Laos, and Kakawin Ramayana in Java, amongst others. While the core story, Prince Rama's effort to rescue Sita from Ravana, remains intact. Each culture reimagined the epic in own distinct idiom and wrapped in a local lore. Research shows that adaptations of Ramayana are not simple copies nor mere relics, but vital creations of Southeast Asian identity connected to the past with the present and the sacred with the secular. Hanuman has so many wives in Southeast Asia. The different ways of performing Ramayana in Southeast Asia. So you had as a dance theater, you had like a shadow puppet, the big one, and the rod puppet, and also in other form. Many Ramayana in many media. So to come to the question like, how have contemporary performing artists in Southeast Asia reimagined the Ramayana as a living architectural language for 21st century performance culture? Contemporary theater makers and performance makers in Southeast Asia has explored the architectural ruins of the Ramayana and discovered many neglected characters or scenes buried in the Ramayana and use them to reimagine new ways to stage this hidden part of Ramayana that resonate with contemporary social political issues in Southeast Asia. The rest of this presentation will focus on several of these new takes on versions of Ramayana in Southeast Asia by contemporary performing arts who reimagine the Ramayana as a living architectural language for 21st century performance culture. This is not new. It's a joint Thai, Indonesian, and Cambodia interpretation. It's an example of some project called Fire, Fire, Fire. It's based on Sita Trail by Fire. So it's 3 Southeast Asian artists perform and share and tour Cambodia, Thailand, and Indonesia in 2012 and 13. Today, I will focus as 3 directors from Thailand who have begun reinvigorate and interrogate the Ramayana of 21st century performances. Myself, Pichet Granchun, and Jiti Chompi. These directors have used various techniques like deconstructing and supplementing hidden parts of Ramayana, reimagining them as something connected and relevant to the present. Focusing on neglected character, situations, scenes in Ramayana to voice story of people facing similar situations like people face now. Embedding this newly imagined story in performances that do not focus just on Rama in new stage and media setting. This has made more focus on new characters and stories that cast traditional tales and contemporary life in new light. This type of theatrical recycling of Ramayana in Thailand has produced new questions and new meaning in the epic for our time. Overlooked scenes, marginalized aspects of the core Ramayana narrative often engage contemporary social, political, and cultural discourses. Use different techniques to reinvent new ways to communicate and explore relation between the traditional frame and the human body as narrator. Be more human and focus life-based action and people with problems and effect in contemporary society and culture. The Ramayana has room enough to give everyone a place of self-support and respect. Sita, the honor of Rama, is a contemporary stage that's seeking way to question woman's role in her own family. Question the silence of Sita of Southeast Asia performance tradition. This piece also drew on Adbhuta Ramayana and Telugu women's song in India to retell part of Ramayana from Sita viewpoint, and also by connecting to contemporary story of women facing similar situation as Sita. Using device theater technique and collecting women's story from media and news in 2004-2008. At that time, to retell the story of Sita in the postmodern non-linear collage format. So this one performed first in 2006, and also another performance in Michigan called Sita Tell Our Stories, 2008, and also as a part of another new version in 2023, which is the clip that I will show you at the end of this presentation. The Ramayana, I think 7 more slides, please bear with me. The Ramayana recycled to tell new story. Sita, the honor of Rama, become an example of how to do creative theater work through a device theater process and to connect neglected part of Ramayana to our life today. It led to some new ways to use the old Rama story in the contemporary world. In the last 2 decades, many creative researchers and performance makers made dance, plays, scripts, video to base their work on minor and neglected character in Ramakien, the Thai Ramayana. This included a story of a small giant who wanted to stop the war and join his family in the Demon's Illusion by Nikorn Satang, and a play that looked at all the wife of the giants in Lanka after Rama destroyed the city, called The Beach of Lanka by Parida Manomai Pibun. I Am a Demon, Pichet Granchun from Contemporary Khon and Beyond. Pichet Granchun is a well-known Thai dancer and choreographer who received special training with a Khon master in high school. After graduating from university in Thailand, he began performing in solo shows and started the professional dance company in Thailand. Pichet works frequently, experimental and hybrid with other contemporary artists starting in Thailand and expanding abroad in collaborative piece with Singapore, Japan, and in the USA, and also in Europe. Pichet's first contemporary Khon performance called I Am a Demon shows how he learned to perform giant or demon roles in Khon from his master and what he did with it, stressing his relationship with his master, Kru Chayot Kumani. Trained in Khon that perform only Ramakian, I am a demon is very dangerous one at those times. But then he is trying to first time perform other thing, not Ramakian. So it's a very critical performance long time ago. He training in Khon, he explored his body knowledge to find new strength and vocabulary to communicate something new. Choreographer Pichet Granchun composed work in ways that seek to experiment with and expand and core embodied elements of by working with new dance composition, practice, and assemblage. His work over quarter century has helped to make international audience see how Thai dance can be contemporary through a shifting range of choreographic practice rooted in energy and traditional rigorous bodily training and informed by a power of Thai classical wisdom. I am a demon, dancing with death, and black and white. Pichet Granchun deconstructing classical Thai dance to make new movement and vocabulary for future choreographies. Since the mid-2010, Pichet began analyze 59 basic poses and movement in classical Thai dance form, which constitute their foundation metric, eventually distilling them into 6 main choreographic principles as a new language for making contemporary. His distillation of traditional Thai dance vocabulary into what they call number 60 can be used in both traditional and contemporary dance contexts. Number 60, he first showed it in the piece number 60, which show a new dance-making approach to help revitalize traditional Thai dance and enable new recombinant choreography from Thailand dance DNA in dance world. From number 60, now he's worked with AI and human co-dancing in Cyber Subin. This is the dream of Ravana when he dreamed of the bird that come into Lanka. And this is the last artist today for you, choreographer and artist Chitti Chompi. Chitti Chompi moved from his modern dance training and value on strongly visual staging in the contemporary dance choreography. In the last 20 years, Chitti Chompi has sought to recompose the Khon tradition as a contemporary form using carefully curated visual, kinesthetic, and narrative elements. Chitti intercultural projects often bring together Thai and European dancer musicians, choreographers to create dance that is both new and for now, including people from Thai tradition into the wider world of dance benefit. From Miscellany of Khon. Chitti Chompi, a miscellany of Khon. Chitti wants to highlight how they manipulate the dancer's body position and movement, showing it from the multiple perspectives and angles with respect to viewers, especially by using mass and fragments body, help to create mythical crossbred creation with their corporeal absurdity from Ramakian, whether as hybrid humans, animals, and demons. His idea of dance scenography and landscape looks for new space to present dance of the Ramakian's creation. He has worked most presenting movement on vertical plane like a canvas or wall, not only on floor or stage. Melancholy of Mondodari, Miscellany of Khon. This is how his work look like. Okay. This is a golden deer. Okay. Conclusion, this is my last slide. 21st century theater makers of Southeast Asia have revitalized their performance traditions by using hidden or neglected part of various versions of Ramayana to communicate something new to their audience. They pay attention to its silence, neglected characters, unspoken desire, and forgotten casualties, and excavate from remains new cultural language for today. The three above examples span a wider range of similar performances that highlight how neglected aspect of Rama cycle can provide new life to peripheral characters and the old classics. This also allows the old story to engage Thai social problems and today's audience with new ways of understanding the meaning of the Rama cycle, beyond just as focus on the story of Rama. Embedding these newly imagined stories beyond Rama in new stage and media setting has furthermore produced fresh characters and stories that cast both traditional tales and contemporary life in new light. This type of theatrical recycling of Rama cycle in Thailand has produced both new questions and new meanings of Rama's tales for our times. Thank you. And I have another, okay, so from Sita, okay. So this is a performance in 3 minutes in the time of pandemic. So I did that for celebrate the department, 50 years of my department. Okay. In the peacefulness, there's still some bad things coming. War never ended. Do you have the voice? From Sita.
เมื่อยักษ์ตนหนึ่งพ่ายแพ้ลงก็ยังมียักษ์อีกตนหนึ่งปรากฏขึ้นที่ขอบ
When a demon dies, there will be another demon emerge at the horizon.
ผู้คนล้มตาย
And they make a lot of people die.
ผู้คนล้มตายเราทำสงคราม
We in the war.
ผู้คนล้มตายผู้คนล้มตายเมื่อยักษ์ตนหนึ่งพ่ายแพ้ลงก็ยังมียักษ์อีกหลายตนปรากฏขึ้นที่ขอบฟ้าเรายังทำสงครามเรายังทำสงครามฉันโกรธเมื่อยักษ์ตนหนึ่งพ่ายแพ้ลงก็ยังมียักษ์อีกหลายตนปรากฏขึ้นที่ขอบฟ้าเรายังทำสงคราม
We still do war, make war.
เรายังทำสงครามฉันโกรธ
I'm furious.
เมื่อยักษ์ตนหนึ่งพ่ายแพ้ลงก็ยังมียักษ์อีกหลายตนปรากฏขึ้นที่ขอบฟ้าเรายังทำสงครามเรายังทำสงครามฉันโกรธฉันโกรธฉันโกรธ
I'm furious. That's the end.
May I invite Parul and Agus, may I invite you, Parul? I think after that, absolutely. Also to see the transference with Parul talking of Voyager objects, Agus talking of specific archaeological sites, and Ponhat talking about the representations of the different ways of representing the Ramayana. So we end, of course, as I said, with Maryada. We begin with a fixed site. We see how Parul has shown the different travel, basically sea routes, Mausam, monsoon, tides, and it's all a lot to do with transference. So the word we carry with this particular session is transference, and that's a very important word, like memory, because with people who are living in the region of what we call the global south, there's a lot of transference, there's a lot of holding of memory, there's a lot of holding of cultural hegemony as well. So within our concept, there was a little bit of a cultural hegemony from India too. So if there are anybody who wants to ask questions, it's been a long day and I don't want to hold forth. इनको दीजिए.
Myself Deepak Bakshi from INTEC. My question is from Madam. आपने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में जो नालंदा एंड उसका जो जिक्र किया उसमें तिल्हाड़ा का भी आपने नाम लिया, तिल्हाड़ा फ्रॉम नालंदा डिस्ट्रिक्ट. तो वो हमारे ज्ञान के अनुसंधान में है कि वो तिल्हाड़ा वो पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन एकेडमी के नाम से वो जाना जाता था. अभी एक्सकवेशन भी हुआ है बिहार सरकार की ओर से, वहाँ एक म्यूजियम भी स्थापित हुआ है और भी डेवलप हो रहा है. तो क्या इन व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन नालंदा एंड तिल्हाड़ा?
Oh, that's a very big question. We know a lot more about Nalanda than we know about Telhara. Telhara is a very recent excavation. I mentioned it for the sculpture of Avalokiteshvara that is found there, and that is displayed right outside, which would draw a sense of familiarity for everyone sitting here, because before they entered here, they would have seen a reclining Avalokiteshvara from Telhara. There are many other beautiful sculptures found there. Nalanda, we know, had multiple viharas, had a donation by Balaputra Deva from Sumatra. So there is a Southeast Asia connection in terms of the way the Chulamani Vihara was also funded in the southern part of the country. So I was not referring really to the, how Vikramshila differs from Nalanda, or how Nalanda and Telhara differ from each other. That would be a subject of separate research. Yeah.
That myth, what he is saying, that Nalanda was for graduation and Telhara was for post-graduation. That is our creation, because people started asking. Nalanda has been well excavated, though only 1 square kilometer has been excavated, though people say it's more than 8 square kilometer, connected with 300 villages. Telhara is very recent origin. During one of his yatras, my chief minister, he found a mound there. So he said that it should be excavated because some small potteries and other things were found. But he could not excavate the whole thing because a huge population, a big village is settled on that. So only a part has been excavated. But there is a description that if you excavate the whole thing, it can become something big, parallel to Nalanda, but we assume that both were seat of learning.
Yes.
Which was graduate, which was postgraduate was not known. That is creation of media, and we want to highlight Telhara, so we took everybody, all people visiting Patna were taken to Telhara. The way we were lobbying for World Heritage Site for Nalanda. So anybody who was coming, we were taking them there and asking them to write something. So Telhara we want to promote now.
Absolutely, sir. And I think that there is a big case for a serial nomination of the kind of archaeological, monastic, and educational institution sites that are, there's a network in Bihar that can be promoted.
So I just want to thank all three of you, Agus, Bernard, and Parul. Thank you very much, because the transference is what we stay with. And I also want to thank Shri Anjini Kumar Singh, the DG of the Bihar Museum, for the vision in having a seminar, which is very important, because, people do exhibitions all the time, and the visual is also very important. But through the seminar, important questions and concerns are left, both with artists, art historians, viewers, and these are things which we can keep thinking about, because culture is living, culture is continuous, and culture, as we've been talking about, it is civilizational memory, and that is the most important thing. And so happy that AI is not going to take it over. Thank you very much, and have a great evening of Raksha Bandhan.
So on behalf of all of us, and I'm sure they will agree with me and the previous panels, it has been so beautifully strung. This one panel, we went from the archaeology of South and Southeast Asia to its history and connectivity to its contemporary. And I think it's time we give a hand to Shri Anjini Kumar Singh ji and Dr. Alka Pande and Mr. Rajput for bringing this, to fruition. I learned a lot, and I'm so very happy to be sitting next to colleagues from Indonesia and Thailand. I have been admiring your lands and working on its connected histories with India, but it's a very different experience. We're constantly working with Western scholars. It's time that Indian scholars worked with Thai artists, historians, scholars, museum people, Indonesian, Cambodian, Vietnamese. They have done fantastic work in Europe, in the US, but why can't we engage also with each other and have exhibitions that demonstrate our connected pasts and presents here, instead of all the exhibitions and all the good connected histories happening in the West. It's wonderful. They do a fantastic job, but why can't we do it here too?
Yeah. No, you have to have the energy today. आज तो रक्षा बंधन की सब लोग ने मिठाई भी खूब खाई होगी. So there is a sugar rush. So we should go and see the cultural program at 7 and support the artists. 6:30. Let's have chai.